A German shepherd once believed to have perished in a devastating landslide is still breathing, hidden beneath the thick mist of the nightshade forest, cared for by a wild troop of chimpanzees. No leash binds him, only the memory of a name he never forgot. Eli. When that man returns to the forest, an old red leash in hand, nature itself seems to hold its breath for the moment that could change everything. Why didn't Rex leave? What kept him there? And above all, who had he waited for all these years? The forest may hold the answer, but will it ever let him go? Before the first light of dawn could pierce through the thick veil of mist, the forest of nightshade had already sunk into a silence too heavy to name. No wind stirred, no bird sang. The air hung thick and still, steeped in the scent of rotting leaves and damp, decaying roots. Morning light didn't pour in. It dripped, hesitantly, like it feared touching this place. A place where the roots of an ancient oak spread wide, like the fingers of some forgotten giant, clinging tightly to memories buried deep in the earth. And there, beneath those roots, lay Rex, curled up, trembling faintly, like a stone still shivering from a passing storm. A rope dug deep into the thick fur around his neck, now dust-gray and matted with dried blood. Each breath was a battle. His chest rose in uneven, jagged motions, as if even the act of staying alive required a strength he was fast running out of, but the breath was still there. Faint, lingering, enough to keep him tethered to a world that seemed to have forgotten him. Rex no longer remembered how long he'd been lying there. 3 days? A week? More? But memories didn't need time to return. They came in flashes, some as faint as a whisper on the wind, others like a pair of warm eyes emerging from the gray. Eli. That name was all Rex still held on to, not with his mind, but with his heart. The memories didn't come in full, only fragments. A rainy afternoon, Eli wrapping Rex in a blanket when he was just a pup, a sun-drenched hill where they once ran side by side, and a final mission, soaked in smoke and screams and the flicker of red lights, until the earth gave way and the darkness swallowed him whole. But Rex had never feared that darkness, because deep inside he believed Eli would come back. And even now, that belief, however blurred by time, was what kept his eyes open every morning, no matter how faint the light. A lone crow swept overhead and landed on the branch above him, shaking off its wet wings before tilting its head to peer down. It didn't caw. It simply watched, like a sentinel, and in the space between Rex's broken breaths, the sound of wings returned again, fainter, yet accompanied by a rustling deeper in the woods. A branch snapped. A whisper of movement brushed against the mossy forest floor. Rex didn't turn his head, not out of weakness, but because he knew what was coming carried no threat, only a presence like the breath of the forest itself. 3 figures emerged from the mist, long-limbed, low to the ground, eyes black and sharp, not with menace, but with raw instinct. Leading them was Braca, tall, broad, his dark fur rippling with each step, and a scar slashing across his left eye like the mark of some brutal survival. Braca didn't rush forward. He stood several feet from Rex, simply watching. The way he tilted his head, sniffed the air, and met Rex's eyes without blinking. It wasn't how one animal judged another. It was how a soul looked upon another soul, caught in the trials of the wild. Behind him, 2 smaller chimpanzees, Nomi and Rix, moved slowly along the edge, never crossing the invisible boundary Braca had drawn with his stance. They didn't grunt or call out. They simply were, silent as the forest that had chosen silence as its language. Rex closed his eyes, but his ears stayed alert. A breeze passed, and with it, something familiar, not the forest, Human, a faint trace of old smoke, damp clothing, and worn leather from a leash long lost. Eli's scent, maybe imagined, maybe real, but enough to make Rex's heart thump, once, loud and clear. His body twitched. Instinct pulled him upward, though his legs had long gone numb. He braced his shoulders, claws digging into soft roots, lifting his head by inches. A soft whine escaped his throat, not in pain, but as a declaration. I'm still here. Braca moved for the first time, a slow step forward. He stopped just before Rex, lowered his head. It wasn't a display of dominance, it was acknowledgement. Then, carefully, he extended one long arm, letting his fingers graze the blood-stained rope around Rex's neck. Nomi stepped in, quietly, calmly. He sat and began to untie the knots, one by one, patiently, like peeling away the remnants of something long forgotten. Time passed wordlessly. The forest stayed cold, but in that small space between Rex and the creatures surrounding him, something subtle began to shift. And when the final knot loosened and the rope fell away, Rex didn't leap up. He just exhaled, not out of relief, but because, for the first time in days, he felt something close to trust. A drop of water touched his nose, not from the sky, but from Rex's hand. The young chimp had dipped his fingers into a dew-covered leaf, and now gently pressed them to Rex's mouth. Cold water touched cracked lips. Rex licked it slowly, not to quench thirst, but to remember it, the taste of nameless kindness. Finally, Braca sat down beside him. One massive arm stretched over Rex, not to restrain, not to possess, just to shelter, a makeshift canopy for a body on the brink. Beneath the old oak, warmth spread, not from fire, but from the quiet bond forming between lives that were never meant to meet. Morning light began to touch the highest leaves. A few golden beams broke through, scattering on the ground like washed clean memories. Rex didn't know what those creatures were, but something deep within him, some primal instinct, told him he wasn't alone. And Eli, maybe, just maybe, was on his way back. Far off, where the forest still slumbered, the wind stirred the treetops ever so gently, like someone whispering a name. Rex. Morning in the outskirts of Grayson usually began with the neighbor's rooster crowing and the soft mist clinging to weather-worn wooden fences. But for Eli Wren, those sounds had never been peaceful. They were just the familiar backdrop to a nightmare that had never truly left. His house sat at the very end of a dirt road, tucked close to the edge of the nightshade forest, a place no one had dared enter since the landslide. From a distance, it looked like a forgotten shack, with faded gray shingles and smoke curling lazily from the chimney like a tired breath. Inside, everything was neatly arranged, almost lonely. A scratched wooden table, a torn-up couch, and by the door, hanging on a rusty hook, an old, faded red leash still crusted with dried mud. Eli stood there, hand resting silently on the cold metal clasp. The hook was still firm, but the fabric had frayed so much that even brushing it sent tiny fibers loose. He slowly lifted it from the hook and let it sit in his palm, as if it were something once alive, and lost in his hands. No one in town mentioned Rex anymore. No one asked about the rescue dog who had once earned a medal for finding 4 victims buried in the 2017 landslide. And no one brought up the fact that Rex had been the only one to go back into the danger zone for the last child, and never came out. But Eli never forgot. Not for a single day. He placed the leash on the table beside a steaming mug of coffee. The scent mingled with the damp morning air, and just like that, he was back in a memory. The smell of Rex's fur after a bath, that mix of sun and earth and something uniquely German shepherd. Once, Eli had joked, "You're just a walking sponge for the woods, huh, Rex?" And Rex had only panted happily, tail wagging like he agreed. Now, only the leash remained, and the memories, returning in fragments, like tiny cracks spidering through glass that once seemed unbreakable. Rex's death, or at least his disappearance, wasn't just a tragic accident. It had happened on a day like this. Eli and the rescue team had been dispatched to the western edge of Nightshade after days of relentless rain had triggered a massive landslide. An entire family had been buried. When the team cleared the final debris, a child's cry rang out. Weak, distant, but unmistakable. Rex had bolted ahead, no command given, none needed. Eli barely managed to shout, "Wait!" before the sturdy black figure vanished into the crumbling earth. 13 minutes later, the second slide hit. The ground gave way again, swallowing everything. When the tremors stopped, when the shouting faded into stunned silence, and when shovels began their desperate digging, they found the child alive. But there was no sign of Rex, just a red leash, half buried in the soil, the other end torn off. No one believed any dog could survive a burial like that. But Eli never believed in Rex's death. He only saw him in dreams. The dreams came unevenly. Some nights, Rex stood in the forest rain, eyes filled with hurt. Other times he was curled beside Eli, soaked, shivering, but never letting him touch. And sometimes Rex was just a silhouette in the distance, still wearing the old leash. Never broken, just never removed. Eli stepped out onto the porch, still holding the leash. His eyes scanned the tree line far beyond, where the nightshade forest remained so dense that even morning light couldn't push away the mist. He sipped the cold coffee. Bitter, tongue-numbing, but it jolted his heart back to life. Yesterday he had received an email. No sender name, just a single line of text. A gray-coated dog, drooping ears, limping, seen living with chimps in the southern woods. Looks a lot like the one in your photo. Nothing else. No image, no coordinates, no proof. But that one line had kept Eli awake all night. He looked down at the leash in his hand. The dull metal clasp caught the soft light of dawn, just like Rex's eyes used to when they understood, with quiet certainty, that Eli would never leave him behind, even if the world fell apart. Maybe it was a prank, maybe it was just a stray, but Eli knew one thing. German shepherds are not easily mistaken. The way they walk, the tilt of their head when their name is called, that look in their eyes. No dog was ever quite like Rex, and if it was Rex, then he had survived all this time. Not because someone saved him, but because he had once saved others. His survival, if it was real, was the clearest reminder Eli could ever receive. No one gets left behind. Not even a dog. Eli rehung the leash on its hook, not to let go, but to make a promise. He stepped inside, pulled open the zipper of his old backpack. Gloves, utility knife, water bottle, flashlight, a worn map of the forest, the folds still creased along the trail Rex had last taken. In the corner of the room, the rescue jacket he had folded years ago still lay untouched. Eli slipped it on, zipping it up to his chest. The fabric was tighter now, worn by time, but snug enough to keep his heart from trembling with fear. On the cabinet above, a small photo was pinned beneath a magnet. Eli sitting, Rex standing beside him, both of them soaked but smiling like nothing in the world could ever go wrong. He didn't say goodbye. He simply stepped across the threshold, brushing his fingers against the leash one last time. The nightshade forest lay ahead. And if anything still held the gaze of a dog once believed gone, it was waiting for him. In every leaf, every faint paw print, every breath buried deep in the forest floor. Eli walked forward. And this time, he wouldn't return alone. The morning wind slithered through the trees like a living thing, threading its way through roots and underbrush, carrying with it the scent of dampness, cold, and something halfway between a warning and a whisper. The musk of wet soil mingled with the mist, blending into the breath of nightshade, a kind of air meant only for those who knew what it meant to be feral. Rex still lay beneath the great oak, the rope cinched tight around his neck, one end buried deep into the tree bark like fate itself had tethered him there. The rope was frayed, but strong enough to keep a weakened dog from breaking free. Dried blood clung to his once sleek gray coat, now matted in patches. His front legs were braced but shaking, no longer able to lift the body that had once barreled through rubble, leapt from cliffs, and dragged a life from drowning mud. Above, the sky had changed, no longer the charcoal of night, but not yet the soft blue of day. It hung in between, hazy, uncertain, like the fragile boundary between life and the forgetting that threatened to take Rex. But Rex had not surrendered. No one taught him how to endure. No one ordered him to survive. But loyalty needed no instruction. It existed, like breath, like a heartbeat, even when that beat grew faint and nearly still. Rex turned his head, clamping his teeth onto the rope near his neck. Each bite sent pain radiating through his shoulders. But he didn't stop. Somewhere, buried in memory, a voice echoed. Not loud, not clear, but powerful enough to stir his deepest instinct. "Don't leave anyone behind, Rex, not even yourself." The coarse rope slowly began to wear under the pressure of his gnawing. Blood pooled in his mouth, but he didn't let go. His eyes, though dimmed, fixed on a single point ahead, as if he could see something no one else could. A figure, an outstretched hand, a name spoken through the mist. Eli. The wind stirred the dense canopy above, casting long beams of light through the gloom. One narrow ray landed where Rex lay, so delicate it felt like an invisible hand brushing his forehead. His back moved, not forcefully, but steadily, as if the light itself lent him strength. Nightshade was not easily forgiving, but it wasn't cruel for cruelty's sake. To the creatures who endured, it would test, and if they passed, it would protect. Rex dragged himself forward. Claws scraped the cold earth, dragging his weighted body inch by inch. Every movement felt like a blade against his ribs, but each tug loosened the knot, slackened the noose. The scent of fresh blood crept into the air. Not strong, but enough to awaken every sense nearby. Shadows in the forest, watchful eyes from afar, stirred again. The chimps didn't return, but the forest was still watching. Silent, alert. At last, Rex managed to slip the rope beneath his chest, free of its final knot. Blood filled his throat, but his jaws remained locked, because pain was the only thing keeping him alert. Then came a faint snap. The sound of fiber pushed beyond its limit. His body collapsed forward, back scraping the cold dirt, mouth open in a sudden, gasping breath. For the first time in days, nothing held him down. But this wasn't freedom. It was the beginning. Rex lay there for a long while, listening to the broken rhythm of his own heart, each beat echoing softly through his chest. The wind paused. Leaves rustled high above. Everything slowed, as if the world had granted him a moment to choose. Stay down, or rise. Hunger still clawed at him. Thirst hadn't eased. The cold had sunk into his very bones, but something had sparked. Not strength, not yet. Just the idea of return, not to be comforted, but to be called by name again. Rex shifted, dragging himself toward the edge of the roots, where a tiny leaf cradled morning dew. He licked the droplets gently, each one like medicine for the soul. His throat, raw and scorched, began to soothe. His eyes slowly closed, not in exhaustion, but to commit the sensation to memory. The feeling of being alive, without needing anyone to tell him so. At the edge between life and wilderness, Rex had just rescued himself for the very first time. And it was in that very moment, far away, down near the dry creek bed at the forest's lower tier, that the sound of human footsteps broke across snapped twigs. Not hurried, not heavy, just a rhythm so familiar that, had Rex been fully awake, he would have recognized it even in a dream. Another gust of wind swept through. The forest whispered again, this time not in warning, but as if speaking directly to Rex. Go. That person is searching. And though Rex couldn't stand just yet, he began to shift, turning his head toward the sound, as if instinct alone had already begun to guide him. The search had begun. But Rex, worn, wounded, and barely breathing, was the first one who hadn't given up. As dusk settled over the nightshade forest, the air thickened like an invisible shell wrapping around every movement. The calls of forest birds grew sparse. No leaves fell. No branches stirred. As if the entire forest was holding its breath, waiting for something unnamed. Rex lay cradled in a shallow patch of earth, nestled between the roots of 3 ancient trees. His body was blanketed in dust and moss, his chest rising and falling in slow rhythm, his eyes half-lidded. The exhaustion hadn't left, but his breath no longer broke into fragments. Each inhale whispered, I'm still here. In that hazy space between waking and dream, Rex heard the first sign, not a voice, but a soft rustling sound, like wind scratching against a dried tree trunk. But wind didn't make footsteps. Wind didn't pause to look. They were standing there. 4 silhouettes, quiet as shadows, hidden behind layers of leaves and twilight so perfectly that fur and darkness blurred into one. At the front was Braca, the largest male, weighing nearly 100 kilos, his frame thick with muscle, hunched with time, and a long scar stretching from his cheek to the edge of his left eyelid. He didn't move, save for his eyes as black as pebbles in the bottom of a deep stream, yet glimmering with something not easily named. Caution, compassion, or perhaps just curiosity. Behind him stood Nomi, a smaller, quick-footed female who fidgeted with her fingers like a child toying with blades of grass. The other 2, Rix and Zara, were younger, their roles in the group still undefined, but neither took their gaze off Rex for even a second. The 4 of them remained just beyond the reach of the light filtering through the canopy, yet their stares pressed into Rex's chest like a silent weight. They didn't growl. They didn't approach, nor did they retreat. They simply watched, as though deciding whether the creature before them deserved the forest's voice. Rex didn't rise. He merely turned his head slightly, locking eyes with Braca. A moment passed, wordless but long, like the final breath of something that refused to end. And in that moment, the forest was no longer a place of danger. It became a quiet arena, where 2 animals from opposite ends of evolution exchanged something ancient through a single glance. Braca lowered his body, arms steady as if prepared to crawl forward. But he went no farther. He sniffed the air. Blood. Man. Rope. The lingering scent of old smoke clinging to Rex's fur. And something else. The faded trace of loyalty long abandoned. Nomi was the first to break the stillness. She walked over to a nearby stone, crouched down, and used a dry stick to draw lines in the dirt like a child learning to write. She didn't face Rex, didn't look him in the eye, but the soft tilt of her head, the downward gaze, revealed a sensitivity that surpassed wild instinct. Zara rolled a small forest berry in her hand, then placed it gently on the ground near where Rex lay. Not too close to threaten, but near enough to be seen. A gesture. A silent question. Can you still eat? Rex stared at the berry. He didn't move, didn't growl, he just understood. Something deep inside him, whether a primal thread woven into the fabric of wilderness or a ghost of memory passed down from ancestors, recognized that this wasn't an intrusion. It was a test of trust. Braca sat down, arms crossed over his knees, the sharpness in his gaze softened. He watched Rex's reaction, not as a predator eyes its prey, but as a tribal elder assesses a stranger who's wandered into sacred land. A breeze slid through. Moss from the treetops drifted like pale dust. Rex shifted a paw, claws tracing a faint line in the soft soil. He lifted his head slightly. No bark, no whimper, just a gentle tilt, the familiar motion he always made when Eli called his name. No one called him this time. But still he tilted his head, as if the forest itself had whispered, "Rex," through the wind. Braca saw it, and something behind the old warrior's eyes gave way, not in surrender, but in understanding. He didn't step closer. He simply stood, turned, and gave Nomi a light tap on the shoulder, a signal to fall back. The group departed as quietly as they had arrived, slipping out of view like pieces of the forest melting into the shadows. Only Zara glanced back once, eyes flicking to the berry still lying untouched in the dirt. No one took it, but its presence, left behind like a thread connecting the wild to the fragile thread of trust, spoke louder than any gesture. As the last light dipped below the canopy's edge, Rex remained, eyes barely open. He wasn't dreaming. But if there had been a dream in that fleeting moment, perhaps it was the dream of another kind finally seeing him, and not looking away. The forest had not welcomed Rex, but it no longer threatened him, and for a survivor, being accepted was the first step toward finding the way back. At dawn, the next day, mist hung so thick it looked as if the earth had been steeped in white smoke. The cold, damp air soaked through Rex's dense fur, making every muscle under his skin contract in a survival reflex. But this time, the sensation no longer carried the sharp sting of loneliness. It felt like a presence. Quiet, but not hostile. From within the fog, the familiar rustle returned. Not rushed, not sneaky, just the forest breathing, its rhythm strangely aligned with Rex's fading heartbeat. The first shape to emerge was Braca, still the leader, still carrying the same calm as the night before, but this time holding a large bunch of leaves dripping with water from some nearby stream. Without a wasted sound, Braca stepped closer to where Rex lay, kneeling beside him. In the pale glow of newborn sunlight, the long scar across his face caught the light, as did his deep, dark eyes, the only thing in this forest that hadn't changed shade. Rex opened his eyes, lids cracked and dry, but the pupils reflected something watchful yet unresisting. No growls, no defensive motion, just a quiet exchange between two creatures who'd each brushed the edge between life and death. Braca tilted his head, then leaned forward, letting droplets of water fall from the leaves onto Rex's lips. Cold beads trickled into the cracks of his parched mouth, rolling across his tongue with the taste of forest, minerals, and wind. Unlike any water Rex had ever known, but never had anything tasted so gentle. Rex didn't lick right away. He let the water rest there for a moment, as if weighing whether it could be trusted. Then, slowly, his tongue lifted, taking in the drops bit by bit. A soft sound came from the left, Zara crouching nearby with ripe forest berries cupped in her hands. She placed them on the ground. Not too close, not too far. Her eyes stayed on Rex, shimmering not with demand, but with patience, as if waiting not for a reaction, but for a relationship to begin. Behind her, Nomi and Rix appeared, each carrying odd little items. A stripped branch, a few leaves gently crushed, a flat stone washed clean. No one spoke, but each moved with quiet purpose, as if performing a ritual they'd done before. and now repeating it for a newcomer who had just been accepted. Braca's gaze never left Rex as he poured the last drops. Then he rose, stepping back, creating space between the group and the injured dog. And in that space, silence bloomed again. Not the silence of fear, but of something gentler. The kind of quiet where trust begins to grow. Sunlight now filtered through the leaves above, drawing shifting patterns across the forest floor like invisible fingers sketching symbols in motion. Rex tried to lift himself, but couldn't. Instead, he dragged himself forward with his front paws, inching toward the berries Zara had placed for him. He didn't eat right away. He sniffed softly, taking in the strange scent. The berries carried a mild sourness, laced with fresh grass and the musty moss underfoot. Rex licked one, then paused. A moment of hesitation. But then, in a subtle sign of acceptance, he bit down. The juice burst over his tongue, tart, wild, alive. The group stayed silent. No cheers, no celebration. But something in their eyes softened. Braca tilted his head, then turned away, stepping slowly toward a dense thicket. The others followed, never looking back, but walking just slowly enough for Rex to understand. If you want to follow, you can. Rex didn't rise, but he crawled, bit by bit, not to follow them, but to reach a nearby stone where sunlight hit directly. He lay down there, letting the warmth soak into his spine, eyes squinting in the glow. No defenses, no tension. For the first time in days, Rex wasn't lying in the shadow of death. He was lying in light. Hours later, with the sun high above, a branch snapped somewhere near the forest's edge. Not chimpanzee, not beast. It was the sound of boots. Human boots. Not far from where Rex lay, Eli moved carefully through the underbrush, eyes scanning the forest like he was trying to hear an old breath lost in time. But neither Rex nor Eli saw each other, not because of distance, but because the forest had not yet allowed it. Between them were small chimpanzee footprints, half-eaten berries, claw marks from a dog still fighting to exist. And behind Eli, sunlight spilled in golden strands, enough to light the path, but not enough to reveal everything. Because true companions don't always need names. Sometimes, they only need to face the light together. Late afternoon sun threaded through the canopy, laying soft patterns across Rex's fur like falling feathers. The air in the forest had eased, lighter than breath. Somewhere between the thick brambles, insects began to hum, the forest's quiet music, played only for those who'd survived one more day. Rex lay on his side, eyes half closed. The pain had dulled, though fatigue still gripped his every fiber. And in that hush, memories stirred, not in fragments or chaos, but as clear as if they'd happened just yesterday. The rain that year had fallen like a wall of water, sealing off the mountain town in sheets of flood. A once gentle stream turned into a violent torrent, tearing through homes, farms, and paths only locals had ever dared walk. Rex, then search dog, number 17 with the Rapid Response Unit, had followed Eli across slick roads and landslides, sniffing for the last traces of breath beneath broken ground. A child had been trapped inside a wooden cabin clinging to the hillside. Floodwater had risen all the way to the porch, and the roof's edge had already begun to crack. Eli had intended to go in first, but Rex had darted ahead like a streak of gray lightning. No command needed, no protection required. He slipped through a rear opening, where the floor was nearly neck-deep in water. The child was trembling in the attic, eyes swollen red from smoke and fear. Rex scratched softly at the wooden ladder, gave a single bark, then lay down, signaling the child to climb onto his back. In those fleeting seconds between life and death, the dog had done something not every human could. By the time Eli arrived, all he saw was a swirling pool of black water. and the last trace was a gray figure leaping into the current, wrapping its body around the child, pushing desperately toward the far bank. The sound of excavators, shouts, ambulance sirens, they all bled into a single blur of chaos that day. When they pulled the child from the sludge, he was still clutching a torn fragment of red leash. The metal clasp at the end had snapped clean off. No one found Rex. 3 days later, the rescue team called off the search. They posthumously awarded Rex a Medal of Honor, recognizing his extraordinary sacrifice in the line of duty. Eli didn't attend the ceremony. He returned home in silence, placed the old leash back on its hook, and from that day forward, never spoke Rex's name again. Now, deep in the heart of Nightshade Forest, where the line between past and present was as fragile as the morning fog, Rex lay still, quietly remembering that final moment. There were no floods now, no smoke, only a familiar sound, Eli's desperate cry echoing through the rain, ringing out like a goodbye that never quite ended. Rex, come back. His name. The name once called out hundreds of times, during training, during missions, in play, in stern affection. But that time, it had been the last, a sound heavy with helplessness, aching with farewell that never landed. Rex whimpered softly, his throat dry, the taste of morning berries still clinging to his tongue. He didn't remember every detail, but the feeling of being called by his name, the sense of belonging, that remained whole. A soft wind passed by, dropping a few dark leaves before Rex's nose. In that moment, he lifted his head, ears perked, eyes scanning the trees, not in fear, but in search of that familiar sound the wind might carry back. But there was only silence. The chimps hadn't returned since morning. Perhaps they'd followed the stream or gone looking for food, but the forest no longer felt like a threat. Now it was a place that listened, waiting to see if Rex still had the strength to do what he once did, rise and move forward. A squirrel darted across the rock nearby, pausing for a heartbeat before leaping up into the trees. Its movements were quick, weightless, but Rex's eyes followed, not out of hunger, not from instinct. He watched because that little pulse of life carried something with it, a quiet reminder. This is the world you once saved. And it's still here. Rex shifted, testing his back legs. The pain was there, but no longer clawing at him. He pushed up with his front legs, lifting his chest from the earth. Muscles strained, shoulders trembled, but he had lifted half his weight. Rex rose to his knees, breathing hard, eyes wide, and then, without warning, he pressed down with both hind legs and stood, on all fours, for the first time in days. The wind brushed against his back like a pat. The rustling leaves above sounded like applause. No one witnessed it. No one praised him. But Rex knew the forest had acknowledged him. Beneath the old canopy, under the golden hue of fading light, a dog once hailed as a hero stood again. And that night, in the haze of sleep, for the first time in countless nights, Rex heard his name being called. Clear, warm, and unhurried. Rex, I'm looking for you. At dawn, the sky wore a veil of mist like breath lingering after a long dream. Along the dirt road leading to the forest's edge, Eli parked his car at the crest of a slope, the windows still rolled up, his hand having long since slipped from the wheel. Ahead of him, the first beam of sunlight broke away from the gray clouds, casting a slanting light onto the weathered wood of a long, faded sign. Restricted area, landslide hazard. Eli looked at it, not in fear, but in silence. Because behind every cracked letter on that board, old images stirred. A red leash left trailing on the ground, rocks collapsing in thunder without lightning, and the name Rex shouted for the last time beneath a rain-drenched sky. His hand slipped into his jacket pocket. Inside, The note was still there, creased but intact. A single scrawled line written in black ink. "Gray dog, drooping ears, scar on the left leg, looks like yours. Saw it near the southern creek, traveling with a few chimps." No name, no origin, no sender. But the messy handwriting had been enough to keep Eli from sitting still. He stepped out of the car, boots sinking gently into the damp mud left by the previous night's rain. In his hand, he held the red leash, the one he had meant to pack away in a memory box but never could. Eli inhaled deeply, eyes fixed on the darkened gap slowly opening between the two ancient trees ahead. Many years had passed since that day. Nightshade Forest was no longer a place people wanted to return to, but Eli had never truly left. Not in his mind. He'd only been waiting for a reason, and now that reason was guiding him back. The forest didn't welcome him with bird song or wind. It greeted him with a heavy silence. Each step he took echoed with the crunch of dry leaves beneath his boots, the brush of branches against his jacket, and the faint pounding of his heart, muffled in his chest. Eli moved carefully, as if one wrong turn might cause the forest to twist in on itself and swallow him whole. But he hadn't come to escape this time. He had come to find a life that had once saved his own. A folded, weathered map was strapped to the side of his backpack. He'd circled the area near the southern stream, the place the anonymous witness had mentioned. It was a part of the forest once severed by floodwaters, now overgrown and long abandoned by surveys or search parties. He followed old trails, many nearly hidden beneath creeping vines. Thorny branches scratched at his arms, leaving shallow red marks. But he didn't care. Every branch he pushed aside, every patch of mud he stepped through, felt like peeling back the layers that had dulled his memory for so long. And then, around a narrow bend where the stream flowed beneath a layer of rock, he saw it. The first sign. Not a dog, but a footprint. 4 toes. Long. Even. The print was larger and deeper than any wild dog's, and next to it, marks from primate fingers. Eli knelt down, fingers brushing the edge of drying mud. A small pocket of water still clung to the rim. The tracks hadn't been there long. He looked around. The wind hissed gently between the trees. The forest remained silent. But Eli felt it, something watching from afar, not threatening, not welcoming, just observing. Then, as if by reflex, he pulled the red leash from his jacket pocket. The cold metal clasp pressed into his palm. He said nothing. He simply held it up to the light cutting through the canopy, and for the first time in all those years he whispered, "Rex, I'm here." No voice answered, but Eli knew. The breeze, the rustling leaves, the quiet tremor in his chest, all were answering in their own way. He continued along the stream's edge, stepping through shallow bends, climbing over boulders once torn loose by the flood. On the far side, claw marks on rotting wood, scratched earth at the base of trees, slowly began to form a path. Faint, but real. A branch snapped behind him. Eli froze. He turned, but saw only leaves shifting in the breeze, and then the glimpse of something slipping behind a bush, low to the ground, quick, a thick, furred back, not a wild dog, not a feral cat, and not a man. He didn't move, eyes locked in the direction of that movement, his hand tightened around the leash. For a second, a gray snout appeared behind the brush, and eyes, deep, brown, filled with something ancient and searching. Eli didn't call out, he just smiled. Even if it was an illusion, or real, Eli understood. Those footprints weren't meant to lead him astray. They were there to guide him home. Rex, was still somewhere in this forest, and this time, if he had to walk into the deepest shadows to find him, Eli would not turn back. Sunlight filtered through the thick canopy above, no longer harsh but softened into delicate beams, settling onto the damp forest floor like the forest's own fingerprints. Wind threaded its way between the ancient oaks, carrying the scent of fresh grass, decaying moss, and something else, something like the earth whispering its secrets through warmth. In the middle of that quiet space, Rex shifted. The pain wasn't numb anymore, but still sharp enough to send a sting through every strained movement. Yet something had changed. It wasn't the pain that had awakened him. It was a clear, unmistakable feeling. Someone was approaching. His 4 paws touched the ground, still trembling. But Rex's eyes were sharp again, lit with the same quiet fire he once held during rescue drills. That glint, the one that used to make Eli smile during early morning training. A breeze stirred through the forest, lifting the fur along his back, and in that passing breath came a familiar scent. Human scent. Sweat mixed with worn fabric, metal, and the distinct smell of the old leash that had once hung around his neck for 8 years. Rex didn't bark, but his heartbeat quickened, not from fear, but from hope rising like a drumbeat trapped in his chest. Beyond a low ridge, Braca and Zara had emerged. They didn't move closer, didn't make a sound. They simply stood where the light broke apart, eyes following Rex's every motion. Up above, Nomi swayed from a tree limb, fingers playing with a cluster of leaves, head tilted, like she too was listening to something only the forest could hear. Braca lowered his head, placed a hand gently to the earth, and tapped, soft, deliberate. It was the same gesture he used to rouse the youngest from sleep. There was no command, but Rex understood. The chimp clan knew something was shifting. And now it was time for a creature raised in the light of training grounds to return to the rhythm of the world. Rex looked out toward the distant woods, where sunlight had been blocked by trees felled in that old landslide. He saw no figure, but he heard the breath of the land, steady and deep, in sync with footsteps approaching. It was as though the forest was sending a signal through every leaf, every trickle of underground stream, every swirl of wind teasing his nose. This was no longer a mirage. Eli was coming. For the first time in days, Rex lifted his left leg and pressed it down into the soft earth. Mud clung to his paw, but his claws still held firm. The trembling had dulled. His ears perked, focused toward the slightest sounds, the soft pull of a zipper, the crunch of boots on moss, the faint rasp of fabric brushing against a weathered red leash. Rex left the tree. Step by step, he dragged himself across the shallow depression, pushing through fallen leaves, until he reached a slanted shaft of light, a natural corridor formed between 2 rows of trees. His gaze stayed fixed on an undefined point in the distance, but his body had drawn tight, like an arrow straining toward flight. A single leaf drifted down, landing softly on Rex's nose. He didn't flinch, didn't blink. He only tilted his head slightly, the way he always had when someone called his name. Another gust swept through, this time clearer. Not the forest's scent anymore, human scent. Eli's. At that same moment, Eli crossed the edge of a dry creek bed, shirt damp with sweat, cuffs muddied from the climb. He paused at a raised patch of earth, eyes scanning in all directions. Nothing visible. But his heart pounded wildly, as if his body understood before his mind could catch up. His hand reached instinctively to his belt, letting the red leash fall to his side. The metal clasp caught the light, glinting like a beacon against the green-gray wild. "Rex," he called. Softly, barely above a whisper. And not far off, behind a dense thicket, Rex stopped. No one had ever taught a dog what his name meant. But for Rex, the sound wasn't just a signal, it was memory. It was the affirmation that he belonged to someone. He took another step. A branch cracked beneath his paw. Eli looked up. His hand tightened around the leash, and then their eyes met. That gaze was no longer bright. The fur was patchy, ears drooped, body hollowed by time. But Eli knew, in that moment when the entire forest seemed to hold its breath, that it was Rex. Neither moved, neither cried out. They just looked at each other. And in that stillness, older than any spoken word, every unspoken truth, every year of separation, every wound once thought unhealable, dissolved into a single breath, the breath of the earth, the breath of life, the breath of something that had never truly died. Farther north, where the nightshade forest grew thick and the sun could no longer reach the ground, Lena crouched over a muddy indentation pressed into the decaying leaves. She brushed 2 fingers around the edge of the print and brought them to her nose. "Still fresh," she murmured, steady and sure. Behind her, Kate, small backpack on, binoculars slung across her chest, untangled her hair from a snagged branch and whispered, "Same tracks again, alongside primate markings. But this isn't a native ape trail. Lena, I think something else is happening in this forest." Lena said nothing. Her eyes narrowed, focused on the dim light flowing from the hillside into the lower groves, where the forest said nothing aloud, yet somehow always knew how to tell a story. Not far away, at a forest trail just wide enough for a truck to cross, Doyle Rusk stood alone beside an old off-road vehicle, its back door left wide open. The storage compartment was nearly empty, except for a carefully wrapped rifle, a pouch of ammunition, and a neatly folded survival knife set. His fingers traced the name etched into the gun stock. An old name, his own, carved back when he was still part of the regional security team. He spat on the ground, eyes cold and metallic. "A dog. Clings to life like a rag. And now it's running with monkeys?" he scoffed. Crumpled in the pocket of his coat was a torn flyer he'd pulled from the town bulletin board. On it, a scrawled message from some anonymous hand. "The dog is still alive, near the southern creek, but it's not alone anymore." Doyle knew exactly which dog that meant. Rex, the same dog that had gotten him demoted after the incident during the flood, when he'd discharged his weapon in a heated argument. Rex had thrown himself between Doyle and a child. No one was seriously hurt, but the backlash had been enough to end Doyle's career. Since then, Rex had become a stain he could never scrub away. And now this news, this flicker of unfinished business, rekindled a fire that had never truly died. "I'm ending this," he muttered, pulling his cap down low and stepping into the forest, hand locked around the rifle, already chambered and ready. Meanwhile, Lena and Kate, armed with nothing but an old camera and a few weathered field notebooks, were deep in nightshade for reasons that had nothing to do with curiosity. They'd come because something had gone eerily quiet in the wild. Birds had changed their flight paths, trails were disturbed by unfamiliar tracks. Then came the rumor, "There's a dog living with chimpanzees." For most, just an odd tale. But for Lena, a longtime researcher of animal behavior, it was a lead she couldn't ignore. "Kate, look there," Lena said, pointing toward a water-smoothed rock beside the creek. A fresh, muddy print was pressed clearly into its surface, 4 legs, muscular form, and a long scar mark etched alongside the shape of a rear leg. Kate's mouth fell open. "It's exactly like the message described, and there's a half-eaten berry here, too." They said nothing else. But at that moment, a shared instinct rose in both of them. They were close. Elsewhere, Rex stood in the middle of a narrow path blanketed with soft moss. He didn't run, didn't shift. He just listened, ears tilted to catch even the faintest tremor, like the ground itself was whispering to his paws. The wind still carried Eli's scent, but now, woven into it, was something else. Metal, gun oil, and old human leather. Rex tilted his head, eyes widening. His throat vibrated faintly, not from fear, but from a deep, absolute alertness. Behind him, Braca and Zara moved into a sweeping arc, not charging, but shifting into a protective stance. The forest remained silent, but every broken twig under Doyle's boots beat like a slow drum of warning. From another direction, Lena and Kate followed a low trail, stopping abruptly as they spotted the figure of a man up ahead. Gray jacket, rifle in hand, eyes scanning without pause. Lena pulled Kate down behind the roots of a thick tree, whispering, "He's not a scientist, not forest patrol either." "A hunter?" Kate breathed. "Worse," Lena replied. "Someone who knows exactly what he's after." Kate shivered. And between the two groups, one watching, one hunting, Rex was waiting for the forest to decide. No one knew what would happen next, but high above, a black bird cut across the canopy, releasing two sharp cries into the sky before fading into the trees. It wasn't an omen, it was a sign. The silence was ending. In a narrow grove where the ground lay unnaturally flat, like the forgotten courtyard of an ancient world, sunlight streamed through a web of branches and struck the thin, weathered back of Rex. He stood there, still, breath held. 4 legs rooted like stakes in the earth, his eyes locked onto the figure just a few steps ahead. Eli. No words were spoken. Even the forest seemed to hush. Only silence remained, the raw soundtrack of moments when beings long separated by time and pain finally met again. Rex didn't wag, didn't whine, didn't run. He looked at Eli, not with the eyes of a dog, but with the weight of a soul once buried in earth and memory, now searching for the answer to a single question. "Can I still trust you?" Eli didn't speak either. In his hand was the old red leash, faded, its clasp worn smooth, but he didn't extend it. Instead, he bent slightly, lowering himself to eye level, and tilted his head just a bit. A small gesture. But it said everything. "I'm not commanding. I'm asking." A few steps behind Rex, Braca and Zara appeared, silent as stone. They didn't growl, didn't scratch, didn't posture like wild beasts. They stood still, eyes fixed on Eli, not with hostility, but with the caution of those who had seen death up close too many times and were now learning, slowly, to tell friend from intruder. Braca tilted his head slightly to the right. In their tribe, that was a signal, not to advance, not to retreat. Just wait. Rex turned to glance back at the ones who had sheltered him when his body was broken, when no one else believed he was still alive. Then he looked to Eli, the one who had stood beside him on the edges of storms, collapsed houses, and search and rescue missions. And in that invisible space that once bridged man and dog. He stood at the crossroads of 2 worlds, one of wilderness, where instinct and earth had healed his wounds, and one of humanity, where memory and affection had carved his name into the heart of another being. A gentle breeze passed through. The red leash in Eli's hand swayed slightly, its metal clasp brushing against the button of his pants with a sound so soft, so familiar, that Rex flinched. His ears perked up. Eli whispered, no louder than the wind, "If you still trust me, just 1 step, Rex." Rex leaned forward. The ground shifted beneath his paws. No one urged him. No signal was given. But his eyes began to glisten, not with tears, but with the reflected light from the man who had once been his whole world. Zara stepped forward half a pace, placing a gentle hand on Rex's shoulder. a small gesture, asking, "Are you sure?" Rex tilted his head toward her briefly. Then he stepped back, one step. Not forward, not away. Braca looked at Eli. The tension was gone from his eyes. What remained was the forest's final question, unspoken. "Are you worthy of this?" Eli lowered the leash to the ground. He didn't move forward. He simply sat, arms open, not to command, not to expect, just open. Rex stared at that empty space. In it, he saw hundreds of training days, cold nights on mountain ridges, naps curled by firelight at Eli's feet, now gathered in an embrace that never touched. And then, he stepped forward. The first step came slow. Then a second. His left leg buckled slightly, the old wound flaring. But he didn't stop. Eli didn't move, but his eyes filled. His hands remained open. His lips trembled, not in a smile, but in something older, softer. Rex stopped, an arm's length away. He raised his head. Eli whispered, voice breaking, "I'm sorry I didn't come for you sooner." And then, Rex wagged his tail. For the first time, not fast, not frantic, just one soft rhythm, like the quiet punctuation at the end of a long, unfinished song. But for Eli, it was everything. He bowed his head, not to embrace, not to hold. He simply reached forward and touched Rex's neck, where the leash once hung. There was no collar now, only a bond being rewoven in silence. Behind them, Braca gave a slow nod. Zara sat. Nomi swayed slightly in the trees and let out a soft, high-pitched call, the first sound since their tribe had appeared. Because in the end, the boundaries of trust are not decided by words or actions, but by the silence shared between two beings who had lost each other and chose not to turn away. Evening fell. Beneath the canopy of nightshade, the final light slipped between leaves and gave way to shadows threading through the roots. The air turned cool and wet with the breath of earth. The forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting for something fragile and inevitable. In that clearing, Rex lay close beside Eli, his head resting on the man's leg, as if he'd circled life and death just to return to this place. His eyes were nearly closed, breath heavy, exhaustion etched into every movement of his chest. But when Eli gently stroked from the crown of his head down his spine, Rex didn't flinch. Instead, he exhaled, slowly, as if all nightmares now belonged to the past. No words were spoken, because the most important things often need no sound at all. Lena and Kate crouched behind a low bush, no more than 20 meters away, wide-eyed, hearts pounding. "That's," Kate whispered, her voice catching. "That's the dog. It's really him." She lifted her binoculars, adjusting the focus. Beneath the moss-covered ground, moonlight was beginning to seep through the gaps in the canopy, falling directly on Rex's gray, wiry body. His fur was matted, but shimmered faintly in the light, like ash that still held fire. And beside him, the man's eyes weren't the hardened gaze of a rescue worker, but the aching softness of a father reunited with a child lost in the storm. "And," Lena's voice faltered, "the chimps. 5 of them, around him." Braca stood behind Rex, his hands resting firmly on a slab of stone, the lines of muscle rising beneath dark fur. Zara and Nomi sat low on the right, while Rix and Cura kept watch from the branches above. None approached Eli, but none withdrew. There was no tension now, only a quiet full of meaning, as though the entire tribe bore witness to a reunion they'd waited through weeks of bandaging wounds, collecting rainwater, and sitting still beneath storm-laden skies to see. Kate turned to Lena. "They're not threatening him. They're not attacking. I think they trust Rex, and now they're learning to trust him too." Lena narrowed her eyes. "But night's falling, and if we can see them..." then someone else might be watching, too. Far off, at the forest's sloping edge, Doyle Rusk stood still, one eye locked behind the rifle's scope. His finger teased the trigger, breath heavy from the climb. A smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth, the grin of a man who knows he holds the power of life and death. Through the rifle scope, he could see everything. Rex lying curled beside Eli, the chimpanzee tribe keeping guard, and two women who had just arrived, unaware they were already caught in his sights. "I should have done this from day one," Doyle muttered, eyes locked on the crosshairs. "There's no happy ending for a dog that ever dared get in my way." His finger began to squeeze the trigger. But at that exact moment, a branch snapped behind him. Doyle spun around, lowering the rifle, eyes darting through the darkness. But nothing. Only thick night and the rising chorus of insects, mocking him, as if the forest itself was laughing at his haste. He turned back to the scope. But now, Rex was gone. In truth, Rex had only lifted his head, ears raised. He had heard something, a step not from Eli, not from Lena or Kate, and most definitely not from Braca. His eyes shifted westward, where the layers of leaves were thickest, hiding a scent that was foreign, cold, metallic, and filled with malice. Braca moved half a step forward, silent. The entire troop shifted positions immediately, forming a crescent shield, placing Eli and Rex at the center. Eli said nothing. He simply placed a hand gently on Rex's shoulder. A silent message. "Don't fight. Let me protect you this time." But Rex didn't need protection. Not entirely. He stood. His movements were shaky still, but his eyes no longer carried the look of a survivor. They bore the resolve of a creature prepared to defend what it now chose to believe in. Rex stepped forward and pressed his head softly into Eli's lap. A simple gesture, but a declaration. After everything, trust still remained. Outside the clearing, Lena slipped her phone from her pocket, hands trembling. "Should I call this in?" Kate whispered. Lena looked towards the chimpanzees, then back to Rex's eyes as he looked up at the man who had once been his entire world. That gaze. It was too human. "No," Lena whispered. "We don't understand enough to decide anything." Kate nodded slowly. And in the forest's night, as the last traces of light disappeared, there was only breath and wind and a dog that had found his place again. Not just between beast and man, but between right and wrong, between instinct and heart. There was no clear path through the dark, but for those who still carried light inside, the way forward could be found through trust. As night draped thicker over the towering trees, the whole of Nightshade seemed to contract into one tense, silent breath. No bird song, no wind strong enough to stir the canopy. Only the sound of footsteps, heavy, deliberate, pressing into the earth as if it, too, was bending under the weight. Doyle Rusk crept forward, hunched slightly, eyes locked on a narrow trail where moonlight had begun to slip through. In his hands, a dark rifle with a barrel long and menacing, whispering death. He had already chambered the round. Special ammo. Solid core, round-nosed steel, enough to drop a buck in a single shot. But this time, his target wasn't game. Sweat began to bead beneath his jacket, not from fear, but from a near-bloody thrill. He remembered the way Rex had looked at him that day, the day the dog leapt in front of the child, eyes that made a man like Doyle feel smaller than the creature before him. Tonight, he was here to take that back. One shot, not just to kill, but to erase, to wipe clean the one being that had turned him into the one who got cut loose. Not far away, in a shallow clearing where moonlight barely etched a silver line across the forest floor, Rex suddenly raised his head. No sound, no clear scent. But something had shifted in the air, so slight it might have gone unnoticed by anyone else, But not Rex. Not a dog trained on the edge of war, who knew the shape of death as it approached. Eli still sat against the base of a tree, his back leaning on damp bark, eyes half closed with fatigue. One hand rested gently on Rex's back, his fingers moving in idle strokes, as if trying to hold on to a dream. But Rex was no longer resting. A low growl rolled from his throat, not loud enough to raise alarm, but enough to make Eli's chest tighten. "What is it, bud?" he asked softly, eyes still closed. And then, a click. Faint, like metal sliding off a latch. Eli shot upright, his arm instinctively wrapped around Rex, eyes scanning the darkness for the source, but the shadows were too thick, the air too still. Rex was fully alert now, his tail tucked low, front paws braced, ears stiff, eyes locked on a line of trees no more than 20 paces away. No one could see. But someone was there. Above them, on a high branch, Braca had shifted stance. His right hand gripped the bark tightly, body tensed like a bowstring drawn to its limit. He didn't move, but every muscle in his frame spoke of readiness. Below, Zara and Rix crawled low across the forest floor, silent as mist, circling behind Eli, into the shadows where no light reached. Nomi swung gently above, one long finger pointing toward the western dark, then curling inward like a warning. "Danger is closing in from there." Doyle had reached his spot. Between two gnarled trunks, he crouched into position, rifle raised, eye behind the scope. And now, within the crosshairs, he saw them, a man and a dog, standing guard. Rex lifted his head high. Moonlight caught in his eyes, turning them into two glowing embers, quiet and burning. "I see you now," Doyle whispered. He raised the rifle. His finger slid onto the trigger. And just then, a breath, soft and warm, whispered against his ear. He spun. A pair of eyes, not human, stared from a branch just behind him. It was Rix. No growl, no roar, just one slow blink. And then he was gone. The forest exhaled all at once. A gust of wind stirred from the left. Doyle turned back to the scope. Rex was no longer there. "Damn it!" he hissed, yanking the trigger in frustration. Click. Nothing. The safety was still on. He fumbled to release it. Too late. A blur came at him from the side. Rex had launched across the clearing, with impossible force for a body once buried in dirt. He didn't bite, didn't tear, but slammed into the rifle, knocking it clean from Doyle's grip. It spun through the air and vanished into the brush. Doyle crashed to the ground. Before he could rise, Braca was already standing over him. No snarl, no blow, just staring. The forest held its breath. Eli stepped forward from behind, pulling Rex gently toward him. His hand came to rest on Rex's shoulder. A quiet hold, a silent thank you. Doyle pushed himself upright, eyes wide. Before him stood a circle, man, dog, and wild, unmoving, surrounding him. No one touched him, but no one would let him leave. The air was thick with tension. Then, from behind the brush, Lena and Kate emerged, frozen in place, speechless at what they saw, a man on the ground, surrounded by chimpanzees and a dog that looked as if it had just clawed its way back from death itself. "Oh my God," Kate breathed. Lena whispered, "This isn't just a story about a dog anymore." Eli stepped forward, his voice low but firm. "No one has to die tonight. But if you so much as touch that trigger again, the forest won't let you go." Doyle looked at him, then at Rex, then at Braca. The arrogance in his eyes was gone. What was left was something deeper than fear. Not fear of death, fear of not understanding the rules of this world anymore. Night mist slithered between the trees, silent as a warning too old to need words. The forest seemed to pause. No breeze, no bird call, even the falling leaves hung motionless in the air, pinned there by something unseen, a dread too sharp to name. At the center of it all, where moonlight bled through the canopy like a tear in the sky, Doyle Rusk stood again, hands gripping the short pistol now drawn from a backup holster. His face was bare, no more pretense, just rage, cold, hostile, burning. Opposite him, Eli stood still, unarmed, eyes steady, no panic, only the calm of a man who had once stared down death and now faced it again. Doyle stepped forward. The ground cracked beneath his boots like breaking bone. "I told you, Eli," he rasped through clenched teeth. "No one gets to take back what I lost. Not you, not that dog, not anyone." The pistol rose. The barrel, black and hollow, leveled at Eli's chest. In that moment, the entire forest held its breath. No words, no movement. Lena and Kate stood frozen behind, hands over their mouths. The chimpanzees rose to full height, eyes burning. Braca let out a low growl. Nomi crushed a branch to pulp in her hands. And in the middle of it all, Rex stepped forward. Slowly, one tired step at a time, on legs that once couldn't stand at all. "Rex, no," Eli whispered, but Rex didn't stop. He took another step, and another, until he was standing fully between Eli and Doyle. Head lowered, paws firm in the dirt, back arched in fatigue, but his eyes, brighter than ever. He didn't look at Doyle. He looked straight at the gun, as if to say, "If a life must be taken here, take mine." Doyle sneered, voice like a gust through broken glass. "Of course you would. Same damn look, dying for someone else like a fool." His finger tightened on the trigger. Eli lunged forward, but didn't make it, because Braca roared. Not a wild animal's sound, a fury long held back, a cry for all the pain that had gone unspoken, and the troop moved. In one coordinated sweep, they surged into a fan-like arc, closing the circle tighter around Doyle. He staggered back, gun still raised, but his breathing turned to gasps. Rex didn't move. No fear. No trembling. Just acceptance. Eli was now only a few feet behind him, panting, his eyes lit with fury. "You think you can shoot a dog in front of me and walk away from this forest alive?" he growled. Doyle let out a cracked laugh. "You think I care? I've lost everything. This is all I've got left." His hand trembled. Not from mercy, from the weight of his own unraveling. Rex stepped forward, half a pace, and at that exact second, Nomi, the smallest of the troop, dropped from the high branches, landing hard beside Doyle. Smack! Both palms slammed into the earth. Dirt exploded. Doyle flinched. The gun jerked, and Rex leapt. It didn't go for the man, nor the hand. It went for the gun. Rex's jaws clamped down on the pistol grip, firm, unrelenting, but didn't tear. He held it, squeezed it, forced him to let go. Doyle screamed. "Let go! Let minus exclamation mark!" But then Braca stepped forward. His eyes, deep, black, endless, locked onto Doyle's, as if trying to claw into his very soul and lay it bare. Braca's face hovered just inches from Doyle's. But he didn't strike, didn't kill. He took a single step back. Rex loosened his grip. The gun dropped to the forest floor. Doyle collapsed, hands trembling violently. No blood spilled. No lives were lost. Only a fragile line had been held, not with weapons, but with the faith of a creature that didn't know how to betray. Eli stepped forward, bent down, and picked up the gun. He ejected the rounds, tossed both pieces far into the brush. Then he turned and wrapped his arms around Rex, holding him tight, like holding a part of himself that he'd almost lost again. "You did good, buddy. You did good." A few feet away, Lena whispered to Kate. "I used to think only humans knew how to sacrifice for one another." Kate nodded softly. Seems like we still don't understand loyalty at all." And as the sky paled into dawn, the mist began to lift, revealing a scene none of them would ever forget. A dog standing before a gun, not out of instinct, but out of choice. A silence stretched through Nightshade, taut like a bowstring just loosed. The thin fog drifted with the forest's slow breathing, making way for the first rays of morning to peek through the canopy, touching bark and leaf like a cautious greeting from the heavens. But it wasn't peace that filled the air. It was the hush before a storm, when every living thing holds its breath. And in the heart of that silence, Doyle Rusk, face ashen as cold ashes, slowly curled a trembling finger back onto the trigger. He thought he had lost control, but it was the hatred, never truly gone, that kept him from stopping. Click. The trigger tightened. Everything that followed happened in less than a heartbeat. Braca, silent, unreadable, lifted one arm, and like lightning tearing through still air, the troop launched. Wind shrieked as Zara darted from the right. Rix launched forward from behind. Nomi dropped like a drawn bow from above, and Kura slithered low through the underbrush like smoke over stone. The forest didn't roar through sound. It roared through action. The gun fired, a crack like a hammer to the chest of everyone watching. Bang! It didn't hit Eli. It didn't strike Rex directly, but it grazed across Rex's right shoulder, a slash like a claw of steel, blood blooming in thick crimson drops across the dead leaves. Rex staggered. Eli screamed and lunged. But before Doyle could pull the trigger again, Braca was in his face. No longer the calm primate of days before. Braca now moved like the forest itself, eyes burning not with personal fury, but the ancient wrath of every creature wounded by the cruelty of man. Doyle stumbled back, but fell. Zara seized his wrist and twisted. Crack! The snap echoed sharp. Doyle screamed, color draining from his face, but his fight was gone. Nomi stripped the weapon from his limp hand and flung it into the bushes as if discarding filth. Rix pressed him to the dirt, pinning him with the weight not of an animal, but of a guardian of nature's justice. Rex collapsed. But he didn't cry, didn't whimper. His eyes stayed fixed on Eli, as if to say, "Don't worry, I'm still here." Eli dropped to his knees beside him, arms wrapping around Rex's neck, feeling the warm blood soaking into his sleeves. His hands shook, not from fear, but from the overwhelming truth that once again, this dog had stood between him and death. "Rex, you saved me again, Eli whispered, eyes stinging. Braca turned his head. In a fleeting instant, his gaze met Rex's. No words, just recognition, and the forest seemed to understand. The ground trembled, not from apes, not from wind, but from the forest itself, answering. Birds burst from the trees above, wings slicing through dawn's stillness. From the underbrush came the cries of gibbons, the scatter of squirrels, the gallop of deer racing toward the light. Sounds, suppressed all through the long night, surged forth like a chorus rising from the lungs of the wild. Kate whispered, stunned and awed. "Lena, do you hear that? It's like..." The forest just screamed. Lena nodded, eyes locked on Rex. Not a scream, a roar, the roar of the forest. A heavy thud echoed. Braca had forced Doyle to his knees. Rix and Zara held his arms. Doyle no longer resisted, his eyes wild, not with pain, but the cold realization that he hadn't just lost. He had been rejected by the forest itself. Eli laid Rex on a coat spread gently over the earth. He tore his undershirt, pressed it to the wound, held it firm. Rex didn't cry out. He just breathed, heavy and steady. Braca stepped forward slowly and lowered himself, pressing his forehead to Rex's. Not a farewell? A ritual? A warrior's gesture reserved only for those accepted as blood. Rex blinked. Once, then closed his eyes, breathed deep, and lived. Above them, the sun began to crest the tree line. The first rays, gentle, not blinding, settled onto Rex's back like a quiet blessing. The troop released Doyle, leaving him crumpled on the forest floor. Not dead, not struck again, but abandoned, like a scar the forest no longer wished to carry. Eli rose, one arm supporting Rex, the other gripping the medical strap Kate had just handed him. Lena scanned the area and whispered, "We need to get him out of here, before the wound gets infected." Eli nodded, but before he took a step, he turned back and bowed his head to Braca. No words were spoken, but they all understood. There would be no other chance to say, "Thank you." Morning mist threaded through the ancient trunks of nightshade forest like wisps of smoke, curling gently around the old trees. In the blurred haze of the first sunlight, Rex lay still in Eli's arms, his head resting on Eli's thigh as if he had finally returned to where he truly belonged. No one spoke. No one dared to break the silence that wrapped around them. An eerie quiet that was neither death nor peace, but something that lived between loss and hope, the fragile pause where one wrong heartbeat could collapse it all. Eli sat on the forest floor, holding Rex's body as if cradling a part of his own soul. His hands were soaked in blood, but they didn't tremble. He bent forward, his forehead resting gently on Rex's head, voiceless. There was only breath, and the warmth of a dog he had once lost, now so fragile it felt like it could vanish at any second. The chimpanzees stood behind them. They were no longer just guardians of the forest. Now, they were a living barrier, shielding against wind, against wandering eyes, against any threat still lurking in the unseen corners of the woods. Braca's eyes stayed on Eli, but they no longer held a challenge. They carried trust. Lena knelt beside Rex and quickly unzipped her emergency kit. Kate pulled out gauze and antiseptic, her hands trembling slightly, but her eyes firm with purpose. "Through the muscle, but it missed the artery," Lena whispered. "If we can keep him warm, he might make it." She looked up at Eli and gave a small nod. "There's still a chance." Eli inhaled deeply, exhaled slowly, as if trying to hold the breath for both himself and the dog. He took off his jacket, folded it under Rex's belly, then tightened his grip slightly and whispered, "You're still breathing. That means hope's still here." Braca stepped forward, not fast, not slow, each step heavy as stone. He stopped beside Eli and Lena. One broad arm reached out, not to touch Rex, but to rest gently on Eli's shoulder. Both Lena and Kate froze. Eli looked up slowly. Braca stared at him for a long, quiet moment. Then bowed his head. Just once. But it wasn't the gesture of a beast. It was the nod of one who had decided, "You are worth protecting." From deep within the woods, the sound of footsteps broke through the hush. Not rushed, not panicked, but steady, deliberate. Lena turned, eyes narrowing. "Someone's coming." Kate gripped her hand. Eli gently shifted to shield Rex. Braca raised a hand. Instantly, the chimpanzees spread out in a crescent, half guarding, half concealing. From the forest's shadow, two figures emerged, dressed in field rescue uniforms, with the regional insignia on their shoulders. They were the team Lena had called before the signal dropped. The lead figure spoke. "We received a distress call hours ago. Anyone injured?" Lena stepped forward. "Here, the dog. His name is Rex. He saved all of us." The man raised his eyes, locking gaze with Eli. Neither said a word, only nodded, like people who had lived through something larger than words could ever explain. Rex stirred slightly. Not much. but enough for Eli to feel a flicker of life in his limbs. Lena wrapped more gauze, her voice sharp with urgency. "He can't lose more blood. We need to move, now." Braca stepped back, giving way. The entire troop seemed to understand what was coming. Not danger, but farewell. Nomi crawled closer to Rex, gently placing a hand on his belly. Cora brought a small bunch of forest leaves, laying them beside his head like a parting gift. Eli looked at the creatures, his voice hoarse. "I won't let him die. I owe you everything." Braca didn't answer. He let out a deep, rumbling growl. Not a threat, but something that made the entire forest shudder in agreement. As the stretcher was unfolded, Lena, Kate, and the rescue team lifted Rex with utmost care. Eli held his front paw and never let go. A streak of blood stained his shoulder. No one could tell if it was from Rex's wound or something deeper inside Eli that had torn open. The chimpanzees slowly backed away, watching until the forms of Rex and Eli faded behind the trees. Braca remained, standing in the last gray shaft of light touching the forest floor. He stared after them, then turned and disappeared into the mist, without a sound. By late morning, when the rescue helicopter lifted off, carrying a dog still breathing and the humans who had crossed the line between logic and love, Nightshade Forest was left with only wind and footprints, deep, clear, and forever etched in time. The helicopter's rotors thumped across the canopy like thunder from the heavens, heralding that something had changed. From above, shafts of light pierced the treetops like outstretched fingers from the sky, brushing across the bark, the tangled leaves, and finally, resting on the still form of Rex, strapped to the stretcher. Below, the rescue team finally reached the clearing, following the last signal Lena and Kate had managed to send before losing contact. They arrived like a final beam of light piercing the labyrinth of Nightshade Forest, not just to save a life, but to bear witness to a quiet farewell between humankind and the wild. Rex still lay motionless, eyes half closed, breathing slow but steady. Eli never left his side, his hand wrapped gently around Rex's front paw, as if holding on to a life suspended at the very edge. Beneath the gauze that Lena had wound tightly, the bleeding had stopped. His body, though exhausted, still radiated warmth, a fragile signal that his will to live hadn't yet faded. Lena looked up, her gaze sharp as the rescue team formed a perimeter. But they asked no questions. One of them simply stepped forward, voice soft as he approached Eli. "We'll get him out of here as quickly as we can. What about the rest of you?" Eli scanned the circle. Lena, Kate, the rescue crew, and the chimpanzees. Braca stood at the edge of the clearing, still as a tree that had learned to think. Behind him, Zara, Rix, Nomi, and Cora held their positions in a gentle arc. They didn't step forward, didn't howl, didn't wave. They simply watched. Braca's eyes never left Rex. Though his face remained wild, there was something deeper in his stare, a quiet ache not born of sound, but of understanding. The sorrow of watching a comrade leave, not through death, but because his purpose had been fulfilled. Kate murmured, "They know he's not coming back." Lena tightened her grip. "They're not trying to stop him. They're choosing to let him go." No one on the rescue team could fully comprehend it, but they could feel it, in the way the chimps stared, in the weight of the silence, in Braca's silent bow as Rex was lifted from the forest floor on a stretcher lined with white straps. A farewell ritual, spoken without words. From behind, police officers emerged from the shadowed woods, escorting Doyle in cuffs. Dirt smeared his face, his shirt torn down the back, and his eyes wide, disbelieving, like a man who still hadn't accepted his own defeat. A uniformed officer approached Eli. "You said this dog saved you. From that man?" Eli didn't answer right away. He looked down at Rex, then replied, "Not just me." He saved this forest from something far more dangerous than a gun: selfishness. The officer paused, then gave a slow nod. "Then I guess today, we owe him a life." The stretcher was hoisted carefully and moved toward a clearing between two low hills, where the waiting helicopter's blades churned wind into whirlwinds of dust and falling leaves. In the heart of that windstorm, Rex didn't stir, but one ear twitched faintly, as if he could still hear the rustling air, the familiar sounds of creatures who never spoke his language, yet had once protected him as one of their own. Braca raised a hand. He didn't wave. He simply held the gesture like a statue. A silent salute to a warrior who had lived, who had fought, who had fallen and risen again, not out of instinct, but out of love for someone he had chosen to believe in. As the helicopter lifted into the sky, Lena looked down at the forest one last time. From up here, Nightshade was nothing but an endless sea of dark green, mysterious, ancient. But she knew, somewhere in that sea was a hollow now, where a dog had once lain, where chimps had once shared fruit and water, where something thought lost had been reborn. Eli gripped Rex's paw tighter. The wind lashed his face, carrying his tears but never erasing the weight of what he felt. Rex's eyes stayed shut. But Eli knew. He was listening. Eli's cabin leaned gently at the forest's edge, where the first rays of morning sun kissed the wooden porch, and the breeze carried the scent of pine and the whisper of rustling branches. Not far beyond was Nightshade, the forest that had once taken from him, and somehow had also given something back. On the front steps, Rex lay with his head resting on his paws, his amber eyes no longer clouded as they once were. The bandages had been removed days ago, revealing a long, pale scar on his shoulder, a silver thread stitched by time. He didn't bark. He didn't growl. He didn't sit at command like a trained dog. He simply existed, present, calm, equal. A soul who had walked through death, stood between instinct and heart, and was now learning to live again, not as a tool, but as something more. Eli stepped outside with a chipped coffee mug and a slightly burnt piece of toast. He placed them gently on the wooden table, then sat on the steps beside Rex. No leash, no commands, no sit or stay. Just two beings side by side, in silence, like old friends who no longer needed words to understand each other. Eli reached down and gently stroked Rex's back. The fur had grown thick and warm again. No more the sharp outline of bones from those days in Nightshade. "We're home now, buddy," Eli murmured, a slow smile blooming on his face, a smile that hadn't come easily in years. "No one gives you orders anymore. No one gives me any either." Rex lifted his head and looked at him, amber eyes glinting with a trace of dawn. It wasn't a look that awaited command. It was one of knowing. Then he turned, gazing toward the forest. At the distant edge of Nightshade, the woods remained still, as if listening. There were no cries, no footprints, but Eli knew Braca and Rex's old companions were still out there, not to watch, not to guard, but simply to be, as part of the world Rex had once belonged to. Eli once thought about taking Rex back to the city, where the best vets lived, where it was safe, where there were no more gunshots or old scars. But in the end, when he saw the way Rex looked back at the forest one last time before they left, he understood. Rex didn't need the city. He only needed a porch, a line of sight back to the trees, and someone who didn't treat him like a shadow wrapped in fur. The days passed slowly. Eli wrote a few lines in the yellowed notebook he used to carry in the army. Not about wounds, not about enemies. Just this. He's here, and so am I. We both survived. Sometimes Rex would get up, limp a few circles around the dirt yard, still a little uneven on his feet, but every step he took without stumbling sent a quiet warmth blooming in Eli's chest. Kate and Lena dropped by once, bringing food and ointments. Lena left behind a photo, Rex and Braca, taken from afar, yet their eyes, though not the same species, met like true comrades. Eli framed it and hung it by the door. Beneath the photo he wrote in fading ink, "Not everyone who leaves the forest survives, but everyone who survives carries the forest inside them." Dusk fell like pale golden honey over the wooden roof and tree canopy. Rex lay on his side, catching the breeze sweeping in from deep within the woods. In his light doze, perhaps he dreamed of Braca, or maybe Rix, Nomi, or Kura, or maybe it was Eli's eyes, when Rex had stood between him and the gun. Eli placed a hand on Rex's head, not firm, not soft. "If you want to go back to the forest, I understand, but if you choose to stay, then this is home." The wind from the woods carried the scent of damp earth and resin. There was no reply, only Rex's steady breathing, and the soft thump of his tail on the wooden floor, like an answer spoken without sound. In the small kitchen, the yellow light cast long shadows across a faded tablecloth, where the three of them sat like survivors of a storm, not of wind and rain, but of a kind only those who had walked through Nightshade could truly understand. Lena sipped her tea, fingers circling the rim of an old ceramic mug. Kate sat beside her, eyes occasionally drifting to the porch, to where Rex slept, one leg tucked in, chest rising and falling in the cool night air. Eli stood, added a few logs to the fireplace. The flames leapt up, casting orange light onto the photo on the wall. Rex and Braca, framed in rough wood that looked like it had been carved from the edge of the forest itself. "I still can't believe it," Kate said softly. "It all really happened." Lena exhaled, her voice quiet but unwavering. "We saw it. We lived it. And now, it's our job to tell it, whether anyone believes it or not." When Lena and Kate returned to town, they carried with them a small tin box, cushioned with cloth and newspaper. All eyes turned to it. Inside, nestled quietly, lay an old rescue badge, scratched, dulled, but still bearing the faint engraving, Unit 21, K9, REX. In the sunlight, the silver gleamed faintly. But what silenced the room wasn't the name. It was the small mark near the edge of the badge, a faint scratch not made by accident. The trace of a touch from a being without fingers, but with a thumb. Braca. Lena told the story, how Rex had survived, how the chimpanzees had kept him alive, how they chose not to harm humans, but to protect, and how a dog thought long dead had returned like something out of a myth. At first, people didn't believe. Some scoffed, some shook their heads. But an old woman in the back of the town hall stood up, eyes glistening. "My father used to say, 'There are primates deep in the forest, smart ones. They won't attack unless threatened. Maybe they remember kindness.'" That night, the local news aired a short segment. A search and rescue dog named Rex, believed to have perished 3 years ago in a landslide, has been found alive, reportedly cared for by a troop of wild chimpanzees. Authorities are still verifying the story, but what's undeniable is this: the dog's badge remains intact, marked with an unexplainable sign. Below the article, hundreds of comments poured in. "No way this is real." "A fairy tale in modern times?" "German shepherds, man, loyal to the last breath." "Does anyone know where Rex is now? I want to send him a gift." Eli read them all, didn't reply, just smiled faintly. Inside the cabin, Rex lay curled near the fire. When Eli placed the badge around his neck again, not with a chain or a collar, just a soft fabric band like a wrist tie, Rex didn't react, but his eyes flickered. You remember this? Eli whispered. No reply. But the next morning, Eli found Rex standing at the door, as usual, gazing out towards the forest. This time, though, his head dipped slightly, letting the morning sun strike the badge, now glowing faintly like a story being retold. Not a symbol of glory, but of a tale. A tale in which a name was no longer just a service ID, but proof of survival, of kindness, and of a loyalty no one could shake. That day, a group of students from the local high school came to visit Eli and Rex. Amid the cheerful chatter, one little girl reached out, touching the badge gently, and whispered, "My name's June. My mom said this dog once saved her during the flood." Eli looked at Rex, and in that instant, Rex stood, slowly, walked over to the girl, and sat. No command, no signal. Because the story of Rex had found its way back into the human heart, not through headlines or orders, but through breath, through scars, and through the look in his eyes that still knew how to speak. Dawn always reached the forest's edge, a breath sooner than it did the town. When the light finally slipped through the thick canopy of nightshade, it spread across the dew-soaked grass like a quiet offering from nature to those who had survived. And at that hour, each day, Eli and Rex would appear, not with fanfare, but as a man and a dog, casting a long shadow together over the deep green floor of the forest. No leash, no commands. Eli walked a few steps ahead, never turning back, but he knew Rex was always there, just behind him, each step steady, requiring no signal. And if Rex stopped, Eli would always sense it and stop too. Two souls once broken, now walking side by side, as if the distance between man and dog had never existed. Rex's ears still turned toward the forest with every breeze. He hadn't stepped back in since the day they left, but he still listened. He still recognized the rustling of leaves, the crisp snap of a branch, the soft thump of forest fruit hitting the ground, or even the distant calls of birds he once knew by sound alone. Eli had noticed, every morning, when they paused at the small overlook above the valley, once the boundary to the deepest part of the woods, Rex would sit first, ears high, eyes not on Eli, but on the far-off treetops where sunlight brushed the pine needles like liquid ink. Some days, Eli would whisper, "They're still in there, buddy." Rex didn't react. But Eli knew. He understood. The story of Rex continued to spread. A few reports surfaced with grainy forest footage, shaky, unclear, but unmistakable. A group of chimpanzees encircling a dog lying on a bed of fallen leaves. Local news crews reached out, eager to interview Eli. A well-known wildlife magazine offered to put Rex on the cover of a special issue, calling him the survivor who carried the heart of both worlds. One animal welfare organization even sent an invitation for Rex to attend an award ceremony in the city to receive a Medal of Bravery. Eli read the letter one evening as the wind whispered through the cabin windows. Rex lay near the hearth, his head resting on his paws. At the sound of rustling paper, he looked up, meeting Eli's eyes. "They want to give you a medal," Eli smiled, folding the letter. "Want you to make a speech or something." Rex gave two soft tail thumps against the wooden floor, not loud, not eager, just enough to say he understood and agreed. Medals could be hung, trophies could be displayed, but survival and loyalty needed no certificate. The next morning, when Eli opened the door, Rex was already on the porch, looking out toward the forest. Not waiting, not searching, just remembering. Eli stepped forward, gently touching the fur on Rex's neck where the old badge still hung from the soft fabric. No longer shiny, but more real now that time had worn it down. "Shall we walk, kid?" "No need to wait." Rex turned, stepping off the porch. Eli followed. Together they reached the edge of the woods. together they looked on. And for the first time, Eli slowly removed the badge from around Rex's neck. He didn't put it away. He didn't hide it. He hung it on a branch beside the narrow path that led into the trees, so anyone passing by would see it. Not as a call, but as a reminder that once a dog lived here, who fell here, who stood before a gun here, and still chose forgiveness. Rex sat beside him. His eyes didn't look at the badge. They looked toward the forest. Eli said nothing more, because everything worth saying had already been lived, and needed no repeating. The evening settled softly over the forest's edge, like a kind hand soothing the world after a long day. The final light wasn't blazing, but honeygold, drifting through the leaves, painting the porch and clinging to the roof of the small cabin, where Eli and Rex had lived through several seasons of change. No more noise from town, no more persistent questions from the press, only forest wind, the occasional solitary bird call, and a peace so deep it silenced even the heart's chatter. The wooden table on the porch had grown older, patched and repaired by Eli's hands. New screws here, a few reclaimed boards there. On it sat 2 mugs, one for a guest, one for him. Beside the table, Rex lay stretched out, his head on a worn blanket, his eyes half closed, ears still alert, as if resting while listening to the forest breathe. A visitor came, a young researcher, drawn by the legend of Rex and Braca, the claw mark on the badge, the survival story too wild to be believed. He brought a camera, notebooks, and 100 questions. But when he saw Rex, lying there, free, with nothing left to prove, he simply stopped, sat down, and said nothing for a long while. Eli poured the tea, his voice low but warm. "He's not just my dog. He's part of this place." The visitor looked up. Maybe he had heard dozens of tales about strange animals and supernatural bonds between humans and the wild. But in Eli's eyes that day, there was something no photograph could capture, a stillness born of a soul once abandoned by the world, but welcomed back by nature itself. The wind from the forest slipped through the cracks in the wooden planks, carrying with it the scent of damp earth, crushed leaves, and something else, something like memory. Rex stirred, not in reaction, but as if feeling something deeper. In the amber light of dusk filtering through his ears, his golden fur turned the color of aged amber, glistening like his own gaze from years ago, when he stood in floodwaters to save lives, when he braced against falling stones to shield his team, and when he lay in Braca's arms, breathing as if each breath might be the last. Eli stepped forward and sat down beside him. He didn't reach out, didn't say his name. He simply sat, eyes on the forest. "You don't have to go back," he said softly. "But I know. You still carry it in your heart." Rex lifted his head, eyes opening slowly. One ear twitched. Then he stretched, stood, not fast, not slow, and circled once around Eli before settling at his feet, resting his head gently on Eli's old boot. It wasn't the gesture of a trained animal. It was the quiet ritual of beings who had come to understand each other down to the bone. The evening sky deepened to burnt orange, tree shadows stretching like brush strokes across the horizon. A flock of birds passed overhead, their calls brief and lonely, before vanishing into silence. From afar, Nightshade Forest remained still, but within that stillness pulsed life, breath, and 1,000 unseen eyes watching one of their own. Braca would not return. But Eli believed it was still there, perhaps in the highest branch, perhaps by the stream where Rex once drank, or perhaps in the steady, uncommanded steps of a dog who no longer served orders, only his own will. The young visitor rose, quietly sliding his camera back into his bag without taking a single shot. Before he left, he turned and said, Maybe. Some stories aren't meant to be told completely. Just witnessed. Eli nodded. He didn't walk him out. The small gate creaked open on a gust of wind, then closed again as the visitor disappeared from the forest's edge. On the porch, Rex lay still, eyes closed, chest rising and falling in calm rhythm. He didn't stir, didn't flinch. He simply existed, part of the wood, the soil, the forest. But the only part that knew how to love, how to remember, and how to forgive. Eli looked up at the sky, lips moving in a silent prayer. Thank you for coming back. The twilight faded into velvet dark, but the night no longer felt frightening. Because in that little home beside the woods, two souls, a man and a dog, had chosen each other again. Not for glory, not for duty, but simply because it was the right thing to do. Some stories don't need to be bound in books, don't require medals or applause. They live quietly, persistently, like a dog lying on a porch each evening, eyes turned toward the forest where it once nearly lost everything, and where it found itself again. Rex wasn't just a German shepherd. He was a symbol of unwavering loyalty, of the ability to forgive even after betrayal, and of a life force strong enough to defy instinct itself. He didn't need to be called a hero, because sometimes simply staying, silently, protectively, and without walking away when you're needed most, is the greatest act of all. From an outcast expelled by mankind, Rex had been chosen by the forest, sheltered by nature, and finally, welcomed back into the human heart. His story wasn't just about survival, but a quiet reminder that every creature, no matter its form, deserves love, deserves to be heard, and deserves a life worth living. German shepherds, with their intelligence, devotion, and deeply feeling hearts, aren't just companions. They are family, memory, the most human part of us. And if there is one truth Rex left behind on his journey, it is this. Do not judge a soul by where it came from. Look at how it chooses to stay. The warehouse sat at the edge of an old industrial zone, its rusted tin roof etched with long scars of time. The first winds of the season slipped through warped door frames, carrying the scent of rotting wood and damp sweat. Inside, pale yellow lights cast dim halos across the concrete floor, illuminating rows of steel cages arranged like sterile display cases. Every time someone called out a number, a wave of barking, scratching, and howling surged through the hall, voices of dogs desperate to be let out of confinement. The crowd was small but sharp-eyed, their gazes cutting quickly through the rows like appraisers sifting through forgotten goods. Some snapped photos, others scribbled notes into small pads. A few children tagged along, giggling at the glossy-coated, bright-eyed dogs that looked as if they'd stepped straight out of a training brochure. But at the far end, where the light faded into dust, one cage sat slightly askew, pushed out of line like a rejected thought. Inside it curled a shape so still it could have been a shadow. No name, no voice, no presence. The tag read, Lot 47. No name, no age, no record of training, no health documents, just a German shepherd, ribs sharp under patchy fur, ears roughened by an old tear on the left, hind leg slightly off when it moved. But it didn't move. It didn't howl. It didn't beg. It simply lay there, eyes half closed, not seeing anyone, as if it had long accepted no one would come looking. People passed. Some paused for a heartbeat. A few frowned. One smirked. Broken, someone muttered. A young trainer whispered, No reaction. No response. Waste of time. No one stopped. A cheer erupted across the hall as a cream-colored dog was sold for $300. Applause echoed off the walls. No one glanced toward the far corner, where Lot 47 remained motionless in the sliver between light and shadow. A wind chime at the door stirred as the breeze shifted, but no one noticed that in the half-light, a pair of eyes opened, not searching for a hand, not seeking a way out, but fixed on the steel door left slightly ajar, as if it was waiting for something. Something not listed in the auction program. Something unnamed. Rowan Beck arrived later than the rest. He didn't park in the main lot, but rolled his old Chevrolet into a patch of cracked gravel behind the building, where the dust from the red clay still clung to the truck bed. His boots, stained with grease, clicked softly against the floor as he stepped inside. Slow, uncertain, like a man unsure whether he should enter or simply turn around. No one had invited him. No one was expecting him with a wallet or a bleeding heart. He'd only meant to stop by, pick up a dismantling tool from the auto yard next door, and head back to the shop. But something in the noise, in the smell of the place, something layered deep in the air, made him pause, the way only memory can when it isn't ready to die. He stepped into the warehouse with no fanfare, sleeves rolled, a desert-worn watch strap on one wrist, grease under his nails, ink still fading on the pads of his fingers. Tall, broad-shouldered, but with an expression that told strangers not to talk. Not someone here to buy a dog. He walked past each cage with a rhythm that wasn't rushed, but not exactly present either, like someone looking for something shapeless, or nothing at all. The dogs leapt as he passed, tails wagging, voices loud, eyes hopeful, but his gaze barely lingered. He didn't ask prices, didn't write anything down, didn't glance toward the front desk. And then, as he turned into the narrow path between the final two rows, he stopped. His eyes caught on something that didn't move, perhaps hadn't moved in a long time, a cage out of line, a shadow held beneath a dying bulb, a creature that had stopped asking the world for anything. Lot 47. He didn't call, didn't step forward. He just stood there, arms loose by his sides, wind lifting the edge of his sun-faded shirt, eyes resting on the emaciated frame of the German shepherd in the corner. No one introduced them, no one explained. But something passed between the two. Between a man who had once stood in the center of a battlefield and a being once trained for something far more urgent than lying forgotten in a cage. Something quiet, something wordless, something that didn't need a name. It wasn't pity, nor was it quite emotion. It was simply recognition. In a space filled with auction calls and the thick scent of sweat mixed with dry kibble, there came a moment, so fleeting no one noticed. A moment that didn't last more than a few seconds, yet sliced through the noise like a breathless pause in a canvas smeared with chaos. Ash, his name not yet spoken, lifted his head. Not in haste, not with a jolt, just a quiet tilt, as though exhaustion itself had momentarily loosened its grip, letting his gaze drift toward the light. And his eyes found Rowan's, not like dog-meeting man, but like two broken things meeting, in the same shape. Rowan froze. The feeling that hit him didn't come from muscle memory or trained reflexes. It wasn't clear like a question, but it carried the weight of an answer he'd buried long ago. That look in the dog's eyes didn't ask, didn't expect, didn't plead to be chosen. It simply was. The auctioneer's voice cracked across the loudspeakers, monotone and dry. Lot 47. Male German Shepherd. Signs of prior injury. No known history. Who'll start at 20? Silence. No whispers. No one looked up from their notes. Lot 47? 20? Rowan's gaze never left the cage. His hand curled slightly, an old habit, as if bracing to release pressure from a valve that had been sealed too long. A second later, he raised it. Not high, not loud, just enough to make the auctioneer stop mid-sentence. "1 bidder," the man confirmed, surprise flickering in his eyes. "20. Any raises?" "None." "Once, twice. Sold. To the gentleman at the back." No applause, no heads turned, only the scratch of a pen on paperwork and a nod from a disinterested clerk. Rowan stepped forward toward the cage. His hand lifted but didn't touch. He unlocked the latch with a slow, reverent motion. The door clicked. Ash didn't flinch, didn't growl. He stood like a soldier hearing a command he'd obeyed many times before. Each lean step brought the faint tap of dulled claws against iron floor, but nothing seemed forced. Rowan stepped back, turned, walked. Ash followed, not pulled, not led, not looking up. He simply moved, as if this path had once been etched into both of them in some life before, where words were no longer needed, and understanding walked quietly beside them. The old Chevrolet waited at the edge of the lot, paint dulled by years of sun and rain, one side mirror chipped, a blanket of red dust softening the plate. The passenger door creaked as it opened, a sound so ordinary no one noticed, yet it stirred something half asleep inside the truck's darkened cab. Rowan bent down, held the door, then stepped aside. Ash stood just behind him, not hesitant, not eager. His eyes scanned the inside like mapping an old route, every step deliberate, as if each bone remembered the weight of caution. Without being told, Ash climbed in. No leap, no scramble, just a careful lift of one leg, then another, curling into the narrow space between the dashboard and the passenger seat. He tucked in quietly, like someone returning to a place that once knew the shape of his body, a place where engine sounds had once synced with the beat of days before it all fell apart. Rowan closed the door, circled around, slid into the driver's seat. The engine gave a tired growl, protesting time, then settled into a low, weathered hum. He didn't turn on the radio, didn't speak, just glanced over. Ash lay still, head resting on the base of the seat, eyes half closed, as if not quite ready to believe. The road home unspooled in silence. Cold wind slipped through the cracked window, whispering past the fissures in the dashboard. Burnt fields drifted by, patchy dirt trails, rooftops held down by rust and memory. But it wasn't the landscape that thickened the air. It was the growing space between two beings, man and dog, each shaped by long stretches of silence that never needed a reason. Rowan tapped the steering wheel, then exhaled. He didn't know why he had stopped at Lot 47. Didn't know what made him raise his hand. But right now, right here, on a gravel road leading back to a quiet farmhouse outside town, he knew something clearer than anything else. He wasn't alone in the cab. And maybe, just maybe, he had never truly left the war he thought he'd survived. Ash, still nameless, lay there, motionless, yet undeniably present. Like a fragment of an old memory, pulled gently back through the dust of what was left behind. Rowan's cabin sat tucked along the hillside, nearly 40 minutes from town, far enough that the nights came with the tap of insects at the window panes, and quiet enough that the wind could touch every single leaf, without being interrupted by sirens or voices. It smelled of pine, of dry timber, and of the kind of oldness that hadn't yet been sorted into memories. Ash was led through the front door. He didn't hesitate. He didn't sniff corners. He didn't creep as dogs do when stepping into an unfamiliar home. He walked straight down the hall, stopped in the middle of the living room, where a worn rug sat crooked beneath a scarred wooden table, and lay down. Not curled, not tilted, just stretched out, spine straight, like a shadow too tired to react anymore, too accustomed to stillness to pretend otherwise. Rowan placed a bowl of water by the edge of the rug. Later, he opened a can of dog food and poured it into a ceramic bowl, one that had once belonged to a creature no longer around. The scent of chilled meat filled the air. Ash glanced at it once, his eyes skimming over it like someone passing a memory too faint to hold on to. Then he turned his head away. No tail wag, no whimper. The evening unfolded like a reel in slow motion. Rowan switched on a small lamp near the armchair, opened a technical manual he hadn't finished from the week before, but his eyes kept drifting back to the body on the rug. The clock ticked steadily, and firelight from the hearth stretched long shadows across the walls. Ash, still there, did not change position once. By midnight, Rowan pulled a thin blanket over himself and turned off the light. He didn't command, didn't coax, just looked back once before retreating into the bedroom. Even with the wooden door left slightly ajar, he could feel the presence, silent, undefined, like a void that had just been filled by quiet. Outside, the wind scraped gently along the siding. Inside, Ash lay as he had before, eyes not fully closed, ears slack, breath even, as if counting seconds with no expectation of change. It wasn't defiance. It wasn't fear. It was the existence of something that had once been forced to halt and learned to survive only from the edges. Morning came carefully. Pale sunlight slipped between the shutters, laying soft yellow stripes across the floorboards, still clinging to the night's mountain chill. Rowan woke before 7, not by alarm, but by years of military rhythm embedded deep in his bones. But today, time wasn't what stirred him. It was the silence, a strange, unnatural stillness. He stepped from the bedroom, adjusting his collar, eyes falling to the living room floor. Ash still lay there, same place, same position, unchanged. No sign of sleep, no shift in posture. A stillness that wasn't peace, but survival instinct worn smooth by loss. Rowan refilled the food, changed the water, stepped onto the porch and lit a cigarette, but his gaze kept drifting inside. To Ash, who stared not at him, but through the window, unfazed by light bouncing off glass, unmoved by dust motes dancing in the air. Most dogs would explore. Sniff, react to sounds, clinking dishes, shifting shadows. Ash did none of that. He hadn't stepped outside, hadn't once clicked a claw against the floor, hadn't rushed to any door. He just watched, with a precision that wasn't born of curiosity, but of training. Every time Rowan crossed the frame of a door, Ash turned his head. Not fast, not slow, but timed. Then, once, as Rowan walked down the hallway toward the back of the house, he turned unexpectedly, and found Ash already standing at the corner, as though he'd calculated every move before it happened. No sound, no chase, just arrival. Timed to the second. Rowan dropped a glass in the kitchen, on purpose, a loud, sharp crack. Ash flicked an ear, didn't bark, didn't flinch, didn't dive for cover like a skittish pet. He turned, walked to the doorway, stood, waiting, assessing the environment. Something in Rowan tightened. That behavior, he'd seen it before, not from pets, not from backyard companions, but from something trained, something that remembered precision as a necessity, not a trait. A muscle memory that once meant more than mere survival. Rowan stared, eyes fixed on Ash's spine, a line curved like a drawn string. His heartbeat slowed. No questions, no commands. He knew. This dog had once been built for something far greater. And great things don't always get peaceful endings. On the third night, rain came, not heavy, not enough to drown the creak of settling wood, but steady, just enough to make old memories seep through the cracks in the floor. Rowan sat at the kitchen window, a mug of black coffee cooling in his hand, eyes tracing the trails of rain that crawled down the glass. Ash lay a few steps away, head resting on crossed paws, eyes not on Rowan, but tilted toward the door, where the old truck sat, cloaked in water and shadow. He didn't move, didn't bark. Rowan leaned back, pulled open the side drawer, took out a weathered metal box, rectangle-shaped, edges dented, the color bleached with time. He opened it carefully, like it held something that could break. Inside, a photograph, faded at the corners. A younger man in uniform sat on white sand, hand resting on the back of a German shepherd, leaner than Ash, but with the same eyes. A name written faintly in the corner. Tango-2012-LZ-4. Rowan didn't touch the photo. He just looked. His jaw tightened. A single muscle on his cheek tensed, as if memory had nudged awake without permission. "I had one like you," he murmured, more to the air than anything. "Didn't bark much either. Didn't need orders." No response came. But Ash turned his head, slowly. His gaze met Rowan's. No affection, no distance, just presence. Enough to make the ache inside Rowan drift back to where it had always belonged. He swallowed, closed the box, set it back in the drawer. Then rose, walked toward the fireplace. In the firelight, Ash rose too, without being called, took his place on the rug, laid down, back turned to Rowan like a sentinel who didn't need sleep. Rowan sat, draped a blanket over his knees. Eyes never left that back. Some things don't need retelling, because they never left. They just changed shape, from desert blasts to breathing silence beneath a chair, from unsung deaths to the outline of a body unmoving beside flame. And sometimes, a dog doesn't come into your life to start something new, but to finish what was once broken. On Thursday morning, the hill lay under a blanket of gray clouds, heavy and unwilling to fold away. Rowan stood on the porch steps, a worn leash in hand, steam from coffee still lingering on his breath. Ash lay at the bottom step, eyes open, body slack as usual. But nothing about that stillness ever truly spoke of ease. "Want to go?" Rowan asked, his voice low, uncertain if the dog would respond. He lowered the leash, didn't tug, just let it drop near Ash's paws and turned. 7 seconds later, the soft scrape of claws touched the wooden floor. Ash stood, no prompting, no wagging tail. He simply followed. Each step matched Rowan's. Never ahead, never behind. The narrow trail behind the house cut through fallen leaves and fractured stone. Rowan walked ahead, letting Ash set the pace. But after a few steps, he began to notice. Ash didn't move like a dog out for a walk. He didn't poke his nose into shrubs or dart at phantom squirrels. At every bend, Ash paused, lifted his head, scanned both sides, and moved only when the next stretch was entirely visible. There was a sharp turn leading down to a dry creek bed. Ash stopped, stared into a dense patch of brush to the right. Then, with no sound, shifted left, circling the potential dead zone like water flowing around a stone. Every movement smooth, silent, precise. Rowan slowed, observing now with a trained eye. Ash walked the outer edge, hugging the high grass, always minimizing exposure. When the low rumble of a distant truck echoed from town, Ash folded his ears back, lowered his body, and positioned himself behind a thick tree, as if awaiting a command. Rowan froze. It was like watching a ghost of his own past. Midnight patrols, where every step had to dodge glass shards, where every glance could mean survival. At an old oak near a fork in the forest, Ash raised his head. His eyes landed briefly on a weathered sign nailed to a fence. "Private, no trespassing." He didn't linger, just glanced, and turned away. Rowan swallowed. His hand trembled as he let the leash slip through his fingers, allowing Ash to lead. He wasn't guiding anymore. Maybe he never had been. That afternoon, as mist clung to the roof in quiet droplets, Rowan made a decision to finally clean out the old shed behind the cabin. A place where things went not to be thrown away, but to be forgotten gently. Wooden crates stacked by year and reluctance, each covered in webs and rust-scented silence. Ash didn't follow him in. He stood just outside the threshold, still as a soldier posted at the edge of camp. Rowan didn't call him. He understood. Some instincts need no explanation to keep their distance. From beneath a pile of cracked chains and greasy manuals, Rowan pulled out a battered tin box. Inside, a collar. Thick leather, seams double-stitched, a bronze buckle worn dull by time. It wasn't like the collars he'd used for family dogs. It was built for something tougher. A ridge lined the underside, raised subtly, as if something had once been hidden there. Rowan sat on a wooden stool, took out a utility knife, slit the inner lining with the delicacy of a man opening a wound. A faint snip. Then a tiny plastic chip, wrapped in grime and time, slid into view. Warped edges. Dust clinging like memory. He held it to the yellow light, squinting. The serial was mostly scratched. A few characters remained. No name, no unit. But the embossed code in the corner, the military mark, froze him. He laid the chip on the table, leaned back, laced his fingers. On his left wrist, a crescent scar throbbed faintly, the one torn by steel during an equipment teardown in enemy territory. That old pulse of knowing returned, whispering like a ghost. This wasn't just a lost dog. Rowan bowed his head, reached into his shirt pocket, pulled out the cloth rag he always carried, wrapped the chip, placed it in the drawer beneath the bench, not to hide it, but to buy himself time. Time to remember everything he'd once buried. Ash, still at the door, didn't move, didn't turn away. He stood like he knew. The collar hadn't been found. It had been returned. That night unraveled like time running backward. Wind moaned at the windows. Rain scratched the tin roof in steady pulses. The fireplace cast flickering flames against the ceiling, glowing like reels of old film catching fire. Rowan lay on the couch, legs stretched, one arm across his forehead. A military-issue blanket covered him, but the chill didn't come from the mountain air. It came from inside. The dream struck without warning. No images, just scent, burnt dust, charred meat, singed leather. Sounds followed, sharp, gritty, metal clashing. Breath gasping through radios, orders stuttering between bursts of gunfire and breaking earth. Then a face, not whole, just the edge. A square jaw, straight nose, dark eyes, and a shape beside him, smaller, quicker, 4 legs slicing through fire, a red tongue lolling from a snarling mouth. "Get out of there! He's still inside!" "No, you can't go back! Fall back!" Rowan shot upright. Sweat ran down his temple. His shirt clung to his back. Breath shallow. Fingers clenching the edge of the blanket like gripping a foxhole's rim. The fire had burned low. Only moonlight now, casting shadows across the floor. He turned his head. Ash was there, sitting at the center of the room. Not asleep. Not lying down. Just watching. Eyes glowing gold in the half-light. Not leaving Rowan's face. And Rowan knew. That gaze had held him all night. Still catching his breath, he slid onto the floor, sitting across from Ash. One hand pressed to his brow, the other limp at his side. After a long silence, he spoke. "Tango. Never came back." Ash didn't react, but the eyes stayed. Still, waiting, like a statue carved from the patience of unfinished goodbyes. Rowan dropped his gaze. The images returned, not like a memory but a flood, a battlefield of scorched sand, shouts broken by static, a dog sprinting through fire to lie beside his collapsing body. Then, that last look, before everything went black. He had locked that memory in a steel box in his mind, buried it under 5 years of labor, 3 house moves, and 1,000 bolts and circuits. But now, when Ash looked at him with that same unmistakable knowing, Rowan understood. Some wounds don't need reopening. They come back when someone quiet enough listens. And Ash, not anyone else, was the unfinished draft of a farewell that had never been said. Willow Glen stretched across the valley like a quiet pause on roads long abandoned by time. A town with a bakery that opened just 3 days a week, a red brick church whose bell had never been replaced, and a small veterinary clinic tucked beside the woods, its weathered sign swinging lazily in the breeze. Arlen and Paws, we fix more than bones. Rowan pulled up to the curb, tires crunching softly over loose gravel. Ash sat still in the back seat, unmoving. His eyes stayed locked on the green-painted cabin ahead, where wood smoke curled gently from a chimney, and a single window hung open. Lavender, dried and forgotten, swaying on its hook. The door opened before Rowan could knock. June Arlen stepped out, white coat draped over dark wool, silver hair tied low, her small frame always looking as if it were ready to leap from a swivel chair to bandage something broken with 4 legs and no words. Her face was smooth, but her eyes belonged to someone who had watched both life and death pass through without ever flinching, someone who'd once caught the final breath of those who couldn't speak for themselves. "Rowan Beck," she said, half smiling. Not joy, not indifference, just recognition. "How long has it been since you called me the last breath of 4-legged ventilators?" Rowan rubbed the back of his neck. "Nearly 6 years." June tilted her head, eyes flicking toward the truck. "That one? Yours?" "Not sure. Maybe no one's," Rowan said, holding out his hand. Resting in his palm was a chip. Clean now, but unmistakably old. "Found this inside his collar." June narrowed her eyes, taking the rice-sized fragment between fingers used to slicing stitches and resetting bones. "I've got an old scanner. Can't promise anything. But come in." The clinic held a single stainless steel table at its center. The air carried a faint scent of antiseptic. The walls were dotted with faded photos of animals long gone, some curling at the edges, yellowed with age. Rowan said nothing. He stood behind her as she bent over the console, fingers tapping commands into a CRT monitor whose green glow pulsed faintly like an old heartbeat. "I remember you used to pull chips from K9s during debriefs," June muttered, still focused. "Now you bring one to me. Guess that's how the circle closes, huh?" Rowan didn't answer. He stared at the screen as it began to flicker, lines of code crawling slowly across the surface. And then, something in his chest slowed. The scanner let out a dry, single beep. The monitor glitched. Then the data began to emerge, fragmented, sluggish, like something returning from a place it had no business coming back from. June pulled her chair closer, glasses tight against her nose, fingers tracing the fields as they filled in. Rowan didn't blink. Chip code, TX-A402-C77 registry owner. Blank species, Canis lupus familiaris, German Shepherd registered name, Bravo training, ID, RSD-K 9-1182, chip embedded, by K. Mercer. Record, status, closed/access denied. System note, subject assigned to unidentified operational group. Record suppressed by directive on March the 17th, 2019. Extended access restricted. June stopped, her hand lifted from the mouse. Her eyes held the line of text still glowing. Bravo. She whispered the name, not in awe, but with reverence, like speaking aloud something that had waited too long to be heard. That's a training name, not a pet's. Rowan's fists clenched, his shoulders dipped slightly, the veins in his wrist bulged. So it's real. Registered by K. Mercer. June looked back. That name ring a bell? Rowan nodded slowly. Cade Mercer, Special Forces. Went MIA during an op in 19. Nobody. Case got shelved as pending verification and disappeared. June braced herself on the table. Her eyes sharpened. If that's true, then this dog never belonged in the civilian system, and showing up in a public auction like that, that's not just a red flag, that's a cover blown. Rowan's voice dropped. It happened before. A few K9s, when their handlers went dark, they were labeled no longer of operational value. Nobody knew who signed the orders. They just vanished. June stared at the line of code blinking slowly at the bottom of the screen. Extended access unavailable. She typed in another override. A new window opened. A faded logo appeared, the security seal of a third-party contractor. Her voice dropped. This isn't federal, not even official trainers. This is black contract infrastructure, the kind you don't admit to funding. Rowan stiffened. Mission scrubbed? June didn't answer right away. Then she shut the monitor off. Turned to him. You're standing in a story people tried very hard to bury, and that dog is living evidence. The room felt smaller, though neither of them moved. The antiseptic air changed, thickened, like memory awakened something weighty in every corner. June crossed to an old file cabinet, pulled out a folder, laid it on the table. Inside, printed documents, yellowed charts, grayscale photographs. I worked with a research team after retiring from my unit. They rewrote the K9 training protocols for a private security program. No names were listed, but I remember the data. Rowan leaned closer. One photograph. A German shepherd charging across a ridge of sand, ears sharp, eyes locked on something just outside frame. The gate was ashes. Not therapy, not explosives. Bravo was trained for autonomous operations, tactical decision-making in shifting field conditions. No commands, no hand signals. He didn't follow humans. He cooperated as an equal. June tapped the image. I saw a video once. Bravo, or one just like him, broke a perimeter, distracted a flank, then circled back to protect a wounded teammate. The eyes, they weren't reacting. They were processing. Rowan's knuckles whitened. You mean, he thinks? Not like we do, but enough to know when to hide, when to strike, when to wait, and most of all, when he isn't allowed to die. She met his gaze. If this is Bravo, he didn't get dumped, he escaped, and if that's true, someone, somewhere still wants him back. Rowan said nothing. Wind rustled the coarse curtain beside the window. It made a sound like forest leaves brushing against a tent, familiar, soft, and deeply unsettling. June rested a firm hand on his shoulder. I've seen animals carry wounds heavier than any human could, but Bravo, he's not just wounded, he's a witness. And witnesses aren't left alone for long? Rowan nodded, slowly, heavily. Outside, the truck still sat. Ash still waited, body still, eyes fixed on the distant tree line, like a soldier on watch, still not ready to go home. Night in the hills of Selwood never truly turned black. The moon always managed to hang just above the old treetops, casting silver light onto rooftops, exhaling smoke from slow-burning hearths. The November cold wasn't brutal, but firm enough to harden the soil, sharp enough that the wind cutting through the door cracks became the only sound threading sleep together. Rowan slept lightly. The dreams of war didn't come often anymore, but an undisturbed night was still a rarity. He turned, one arm draped across his forehead, breath syncing with the ticking of the wall clock. The fire had faded to a soft orange glow. Outside, the wind shifted, carrying the scent of damp earth and sagebrush from the eastern fence. Ash lay at the foot of the bed, his usual post. No leash, no command, just presence, steady, instinctual. Then, around 3 a.m., when silence thickened like a wool blanket across the sleeping town, Ash jolted upright. No growl, no whimper, just stillness. Then sudden alertness, ears pricked, eyes locked on the front door. Something had triggered a sense no human could name. A second later, he moved, pads tapping lightly across the wooden floor. He reached the door. Weight shifted forward. Rowan wasn't fully awake yet, but the subtle creak of wood under Ash's frame pulled his eyes open. Before he could speak, Ash let out a low, guttural growl, deep and restrained. Then, without hesitation, he launched forward. The latch gave out. The door swung open. Ash vanished into the cold night. Rowan sat up fast, heart beating against his ribs as the wind swept into the room. He threw on a jacket, grabbed a flashlight, and chased the trail of wet paw prints gleaming across the porch. At the far end of the dirt path, just past the frost-tipped lawn where moonlight hit like a spotlight, Ash was crouched beside a collapsed figure near the fence line. It was Mrs. Margaret, the elderly neighbor who often brought him baked goods on weekends. Her silver hair was wild with leaves, her thick sweater clinging to the damp earth, and her hand trembled in a failed attempt to move. Ash was whimpering now, nudging her face, licking her cheek, as if trying to coax life back into her. Rowan dropped beside her, checking her pulse. Weak. Her lips had turned pale from the cold. A bruise swelled on her temple, likely from a fall. No sign she'd called for help. He dialed emergency services with urgency. When the medics arrived, Ash still hadn't moved, positioned like a sentinel, guarding her until the first blanket was laid and the pulse confirmed. One cold night. One quiet salvation. No signal. No command. And from that night on, the name Ash, once unspoken, began to circulate, like a miracle. 2 days after the midnight rescue, Selwood began to hum with a buzz that wasn't loud but undeniable, like someone had rung a bell deep in the community's heart. No one had seen what happened, except Rowan and Ash, but the story moved like mountain wind, quiet, steady, and unstoppable. The Selwood Gazette ran a special issue that Monday. Front page headline, "Unnamed Dog Saves Elderly Woman in Cold Night, a Hero in the Hills." Below was a candid photograph. Ash lying beside a hospital bed, his head resting on Mrs. Margaret's wrist, an IV trailing behind her. His eyes locked onto the lens, calm, watchful, as if standing guard without ever being told. The article was under 600 words. But it sparked something. Thank you letters, social media posts, comments from places far beyond Selwood, unusual traffic for a paper mostly known for classifieds and obituaries. Rowan didn't want the attention. He had never been the kind to put his private life under a spotlight. But this time, he couldn't stop it. A regional radio station called to request an interview. An animal rights group wanted to present a 4-pawed hero certificate. A pet supply store shipped a care package, thermal blankets, gourmet treats, and a custom-engraved collar. Ash, the Guardian. Rowan read the emails, the missed calls, the voicemails left on his machine. He said nothing, didn't protest, didn't lean in. But one message he couldn't ignore. An email with no subject, no body text, just an attached audio file. File name, Echo 17, katemercer.wav. He opened it in the small room behind the kitchen. Ash lay beneath his feet, as always. A woman's voice filled the air, low, composed, but unmistakably familiar. You don't know me, but I know Ash, and I knew Cade Mercer. If you still have the chip, if you've ever heard of Project Sentry, then it's time we talked. My name is Claire Rhodes. I'm a journalist, and I believe you're holding a piece of the truth they tried to bury. Rowan froze, fingers clenched around the mouse. Ash lifted his head. Nothing was said between them, but in the hum of the desktop fan and the slow, steady rhythm of Ash's breathing, something began to shift. The call came in late afternoon, just as Rowan finished the last drop of coffee from the pot. The number wasn't local, no familiar area code. He hesitated, then picked up. Rowan Beck? The voice was female, steady, not asking. Speaking. His eyes flicked to Ash, sunlight warming the ridge of his back where he lay near the window. I'm Claire Rhodes, freelance journalist. I've written for Watchline Veteran Affairs, Grey Point Files. I cover off-ledger security projects, the kind with names but no files. Rowan's grip on the mug tightened. That article about Ash, she continued, it wasn't really about the dog. It was about you, a recluse, a dog like no other. Then, suddenly, a life-saving act that read more like muscle memory than accident. The people saw a touching story. Rowan leaned against the counter. And what do you see? I see remnants of Project Sentry, Claire said flatly. A semi-autonomous K9 infiltration and data retrieval program. Funding cut. Wiped from records after the disappearance of one operator. Cade Mercer. The name hit like a stone-breaking surface tension. I have leaks, Claire continued. Medical logs, flight manifests, audio transcripts of encrypted transmissions between Alpha Echo headquarters and an undisclosed field station, all pointing to a K9 named Bravo, matching the one at your feet. Rowan glanced down. Ash was staring at him. Alert. Too alert. What do you want? Rowan asked. I want the truth, Claire said. Not to expose it, to compare it. I have the pieces. You have the rest. If I'm right, Bravo isn't just a dog. He's a witness, and possibly a target. A cold wave crept down Rowan's spine. They're looking for him? I don't know, Claire admitted. But once the story hits the public eye, those who buried it won't stay quiet. If you don't find them first, they'll come for you. Long silence. Meet me, Claire said. No mics, no recorders. I'll bring you the original data. Names, photos, redacted orders, and Cade Mercer. Wind knocked gently against the window. Ash didn't blink, still watching. Where? Rowan asked. Night draped Selwood Ridge in a dense shade of gray, like ash sweeping across the hills from a fire no one had seen. The wind slid through the old pine limbs circling the house, carrying the scent of resin, damp earth, and faint hints of burned brush from the southern valley. Rowan remained awake, seated alone at his desk by the wide window. On the wood-grain surface lay the printouts from Claire Rhodes' email, half read, beside an old county map marked with red lines connecting distant, seemingly unrelated points that somehow spoke the same language. Ash rested beneath the window, chin on his forepaws, relaxed in posture but not in truth. His ears kept twitching every time the wind changed rhythm or a strange creak echoed from the porch door. Not startled. Just aware. Close to midnight, a sound whispered through the dark. Faint, like metal kissing wood, soft enough that only a trained ear would catch it. Ash stood, instantly, no bark, no growl. He aligned his weight forward and glided toward the front door like he was answering a signal no human could hear. Rowan looked up, squinting. He grabbed the flashlight and cracked the door open. Ash stood on the top step, eyes locked on the wooden gate 15 meters away, the old boundary between his property and the dirt path leading to the creek. The flashlight beam swept toward the gate and stopped. There, embedded halfway into the weathered wood, was a small object, about the size of a fingertip, slanted, metallic, unfired, a 9mm round. Rowan approached. Ash shadowed him without a sound. He plucked the bullet free with the edge of his fingernail and turned it under the light. No scratch marks, no rifling, no impact damage. Not fired, not spent. It wasn't there by accident. It was there for a reason. A message. Rowan scanned the tree line. Black trunks frozen in place, mist hovering over the grass, no footprints in the dirt. But the wind had shifted, and from the way Ash tilted his head, the breeze wasn't coming from the mountains. It was coming from the town. "They're not giving up," Rowan muttered. Ash said nothing, just looked at him, eyes sharp like a blade freshly whetted. Rowan set the bullet on the desk beside the still-spread map. He stared at it for a long while. It hadn't been fired, no noise, no intent to wound, just presence. An object with no explanation but all the meaning in the world, enough to slow the blood. He didn't ask who, because deep down he already knew. The sender didn't need to appear, didn't need to break locks, didn't need to steal a thing, just had to place a single bullet, right spot, right time, right angle, and wait. Rowan stepped onto the porch, switching on the perimeter lights. Long beams swept over gravel and woodline. He walked the usual watch points, the creek bend, the overgrown rose brush, the rotting lumber pile behind the shed. No footprints, no break in the brush. Ash stayed close, silent. He didn't sniff wildly like a tracking hound. He moved in a controlled arc, left, then right, tightening a perimeter like someone tracing an invisible breach. Rowan backed against the truck, eyes on the forest's edge. The cold climbed from his gut, not from the weather, but from a certainty. He was being watched, not by hikers, not by curious locals, but by someone who left no boot prints, no phone signals, no camera glitch. Someone who had learned to disappear. Like him, or like the ones who had trained Ash. Rowan returned inside, locked every window. He opened the cabinet beneath the stairs and pulled out an iron case. Inside, a Colt .45, spare magazines, and a military-issued night vision scope, last used at the Laredo Forward Operating Base. He wiped the gun clean. Slow, methodical, like a craftsman who never wanted to use his tools again, but always kept them sharp. On the desk, the bullet remained. Small, silent, but loud in its meaning. "We know you have it." Rowan no longer doubted. This wasn't instinct, wasn't paranoia. This was targeted surveillance, and whoever was behind it was waiting to see what he would do next. The wind shifted again, this time from the south, town side. It carried a dry, stale scent. Paper, printer toner, industrial cleanser. The smell of boardrooms where life and death signatures were made by hands that never touched blood. Rowan stood on the porch, leather jacket draped across his shoulders, one hand on the railing. Ash beside him. Not guarding, not resting. Just ready. In the field, a shift in wind meant smoke was coming your way. It meant time to hide was over, time to move. Rowan didn't build fences, didn't dig traps, didn't call for backup. Instead, he cleared the table. Pinned every page of the Project Sentry file to the wall. Scans, satellite prints, redacted orders. A web of silence now strung into a visual reckoning. At the center, he hammered a nail. And on that nail, he hung the bullet. Not to fear it. Not to forget it. But to remember exactly what kind of language it spoke. The next day, he drove into town. Walked into the Selwood post office. mailed a sealed package to Claire Rhodes. No digital trace, no copy kept. Inside, a scan of Ash's chip, the readout from June's vet scanner, and a single handwritten note. If I disappear, it wasn't by choice. That evening he reloaded the Colt, cleaned every smear of oil, not to fire, but to remember he was still living in a war that refused to stay buried. When dusk returned, he opened the front door. Ash was already up. No call, no leash, just standing, eyes fixed on the winding dirt path ahead. No orders, no plan, just resolve. The wind carried faint noises from beyond the ridge, truck engines, a distant train horn, the dry scrape of pine needles. But in Rowan's mind, only one thing lingered. The silence had gone on long enough. He took a breath, not to retreat, but to begin. Morning passed in threads of dry wind and the steady drip of coffee into a ceramic cup. Rowan sat at the kitchen table, eyes fixed on his laptop screen. A new message from Claire Rhodes had appeared in his inbox. No subject, just a compressed file and a single line of text. This is what they left behind. Not much, but enough to make the old wounds bleed. He opened the folder. The images loaded slowly, grainy frames, pulled from helmet cams or covert observation equipment. Each one carried the distortion of dust, sweat, and distance. Then one photo made his finger pause on the trackpad. A soldier, kneeling in desert sand, hand gripping a backpack strap. His helmet was pushed back, face tanned and hollow-eyed but sharp, uniform coated in grit from collar to kneecap. The name patch on his chest, barely legible through the dust, read, K. Mercer. And beside him, undeniably, without needing to zoom in, stood a German shepherd. Forward posture, ears high, eyes locked in alertness, dark coat, a familiar scar on the left ear. Bravo. There was no date stamp, but the terrain was unmistakable. The jagged hills of the Masson Range, a former combat zone nearly 6 years ago. Behind them, armored vehicles, tent flaps, a plume of smoke on the horizon. Claire had included a redacted report snippet. Agent Cade Mercer, Joint Operations Unit Bravo Echo, declared missing in action during field operation April 2019. No body recovered. Unit dissolved. Associated asset, K9 Bravo, not documented in retrieval manifest. Rowan reread it. No remains, no ceremony, just a name erased from a system, and a dog no one ever came to reclaim. The next photo was blurrier, likely from drone footage. Same place, same man, same dog. But now Cade stood, back to the camera, map in hand. Bravo beside him, no leash, no hand signal, just two silhouettes, man and dog, walking away from the lens into land no one ever returns from. And that was the image. That chilled Rowan deeper than any data. Cade hadn't died the way others died. He vanished, like a line deleted without explanation. And the dog beside him was now asleep at Rowan's feet, eyes half closed. Rowan said nothing. The screen still glowed, casting faint light across his face, deepening the lines that came from knowing things people aren't meant to know. He shifted, rotated the screen slightly, angling it toward Ash, who lay near the table, head resting on his forepaws, dozing. And the moment the photo's light passed across the screen, Ash opened his eyes. No jump, no bark, just attention. His gaze locked onto the screen like a silent circuit had just been triggered somewhere deep beneath the surface. Rowan saw it immediately. The shift didn't come from movement, but from the eyes. Ash blinked. Slowly, then stopped. Then widened, pupils dilating like light responding to a battlefield flash. His nose lifted, not to sniff, but to seek a scent imprinted on a level no human could measure. The smell of hot sand, of engine oil, of the sweat of the man who once held his leash through hell. Rowan printed the photo. Color copy. Slow hum of the inkjet filled the room. He placed the paper gently on the wooden floor, just beyond arm's reach from Ash. No words. Ash stood. Deliberate, measured, not like a dog approaching food or play, but like a soldier approaching a memory. He moved towards the photo, lowered his head. Didn't blink. Eyes fixed on Cade Mercer's face. A breath escaped Ash's muzzle, so soft it could have been mistaken for wind under a door. Then, a step forward. A whine, drawn from the chest, deep, cracked with dust and distance. Not a sound of need, not a sound of pain. A call, half dream, half recognition. Rowan froze. Ash sat, his front paw touching the photo's edge, his head tilted, eyes scanning every pixel as if searching not for the image, but for the person who should have been standing there. Then, gently, deliberately, Ash licked the photograph, right where Cade's name sat on the shoulder patch. Rowan lowered beside him, placed his hand on Ash's back, and for the first time since the day he brought him home, he felt the tremor, not from fear, but from something inside unraveling. Ash lay down, positioning himself beside the photo, head pressed near its edge, eyes wide open. He didn't blink, didn't sleep. He simply watched, guarding a man who still hadn't come home. The computer screen flickered steadily as Claire Rhodes zoomed into an archived article pulled not from Google, not from any mainstream search engine, but from a standalone server housing stories once withdrawn from circulation due to security concerns. She sat in a weathered coffee shop on the outskirts of Bridgewater, back against the wall, eyes locked on paragraphs yellowed by digital decay. Noise-canceling headphones framed her face, yet sound still wove its way in. The clink of a spoon against ceramic, the low mechanical groan of the coffee grinder, the wind brushing past thin glass, all of it creating the kind of ambient murmur Claire needed to stay focused. The article's headline read, "Sentry, the Ghost Protocol?" Byline: A. Moreland, investigative journalist, marked missing July 2020. Access logs, blocked by 3 separate defense content agencies. Claire scrolled slowly, reading every line with the precision of someone who'd waited too long for a breadcrumb trail to finally appear. Project Sentry, according to leaks from a joint contract between 3 private military contractors, was an initiative to develop micro-infiltration tools using biological units, specifically trained canines, K9S, designed to operate as active agents in regions where official military presence was unauthorized. She typed into her notes, "Tactical dogs without unit code. Stateless." The selected K9s were not chosen merely for physical capability. They were subjected to neurological conditioning threefold above standard thresholds, trained with proprietary signal language, unencrypted behavioral pattern recognition, and the capacity to operate entirely without human command. An embedded image surfaced, grainy, nearly lost to compression. Claire enlarged it. It was a schematic diagram, 3 nodes converging on a central operations hub labeled Echo Node. At the base, handwritten in ink, Cade Mercer, Handler, Bravo, K9 Tactical. Her heartbeat picked up. She hit Save. Just beneath the article's final paragraph, a faint, hastily written postscript appeared, as if the author knew this might be the only copy to survive. "If you're reading this, I never made it to print, and if I've disappeared, open the file, echovault0.json. This project was never experimental. It was deployed, and some units never returned." Claire straightened, lips pressed, hands trembling faintly, but her eyes sharpened like a scalpel. This was no longer theory, no longer whispered rumor. Project Sentry existed. It operated, and someone never came home. She minimized the article and opened the final attachment, ECHO Vault 0.json, a data file encoded in a hybrid structure typical of highly classified internal technical documents. She activated raw read mode, unlocking each layer manually. The first lines appeared garbled: ID strings, campaign acronyms, military grid coordinates. But once keyword triggers activated, a block of stripped syntax emerged with clarity sharp as a switchblade. Objective function, TRI, Tactical Reconnaissance Infiltration. Deployment subject, K9 unit, Bravo/Echo type, unregistered handler affiliation. Theater, outside internationally recognized boundaries, non-jurisdictional operational zones. Purpose, recon, tracking, embedded sensors/remote trigger access nodes. Claire paused. Then came the line that made her stomach turn cold, a sentence that sliced through years of exposure as if her skin had thinned. Advantages, no insignia, no identity, no negotiations. If intercepted, classified as feral animal, not under national military protection. She read it again. This time, slower. The dogs, once symbols of loyalty, protection, and service, had been transformed into deniable biological assets by the minds behind Project Sentry. They weren't just scouts, they were keys, soft entry points into unacknowledged war zones where human soldiers could not tread without sparking diplomacy or law. No visa, no code names, no escorts. Creatures like Bravo had been crafted to pass through locked gates, gather intelligence, then vanish without question. Claire typed, K9s as soft breach units, no ID, no accountability, terminated upon control loss, capable of autonomous mobility/adaptation, undetectable because dogs are not filed as personnel. Below was a flow diagram, red lines branching from a command node toward a cluster of shaded gray zones, unmapped regions absent from official military charts, yet marred by civilian reports of detonations, firefights, and unexplained damage. At the end of the chart, Masson Ridge, April 2019. Claire didn't need confirmation. That was where Cade Mercer had reportedly fallen, and that was also the last known field appearance of Bravo, now called Ash, under the designation of a non-existent unit. She removed her headphones. The cafe's ambient light dimmed with afternoon gold. It spilled over her empty glass, casting pale reflection across the laptop screen, which now displayed only a final string of text. A raw system note, no official header, buried among command calls, written by someone inside for someone else who knew. If unit control is lost or fails to return via protocol, initiate Greyfold. No biological remnants. Prioritize on-site neutralization. Erase all linked data at origin. Claire highlighted the phrase, Greyfold. She cross-referenced her offline archive, years of leaks and silence, and found that term in only one other file. A report from Zone 9, a case where an elite contractor team vanished with 3 special K9s. No bodies, no distress signals, just a scorched outpost, wiped clean. No one ever found a dog. No one ever asked why. The final entry read, Greyfold executed. Perimeter cleared. Claire sat upright, her grip on the table edge tightened, knuckles whitening. There were things unwritten, but for someone like her, they didn't need to be. These dogs did not die of age, or illness, or war. They were silenced, surgically, completely, erased like inconvenient proof. Some were terminated after loss of control, some disappeared before the order arrived, and a few, very few, escaped. One of them was Bravo, or more precisely, Ash, the dog who was never on any repatriation list, but who was also never gray-folded. He had vanished, just like his handler, Cade Mercer. They had done the one thing no one planned for. They survived. Claire sat still, the dying sun cut across her shoulder, Her coffee cup remained untouched. The screen displayed only one final line, centered, blinking, like a breath taken too long ago. Ash is not the target. He is the system glitch. A glitch that learned how to breathe. The paper map stretched across the hood of the old Ford Bronco, its weathered folds slicing through state borders like long-healed scars. Claire circled each marked location in red, spots pulled from a fragmented internal veterinary database, the kind of places too small to register, too forgotten to be official. Each one had taken in a male German shepherd, scar behind the left ear, slight limp. Rowan nodded, folded the map, and slid it into the pocket of his worn leather jacket. They had no addresses, only names half erased by time. Cliffside Vet, San Marlo Animal Recovery, Station 12, near the old forest turn. None of them showed up on any GPS. None of them had ever existed officially. The car rolled out before sunrise. Ash had climbed in without needing a word. Claire took the passenger seat, tablet and notebook spread across her lap. Rowan kept his hands on the wheel, his eyes not worried but as if tracing memory to a place that no longer had a name. They crossed the first state line, past endless plains of dry grass, ghost farms leaning in the wind, and faded military warning signs posted along forgotten dirt roads. The first stop was a rescue shelter long since shuttered, broken glass, moss crawling up concrete walls. But Claire's records showed. 3 years ago, a dog had arrived. Very quiet, sat by the door for 2 days, then disappeared before anyone gave him a name. Ash stepped in slowly, nose scanning corners, but offered no clear response. Rowan watched in silence, something stubborn lingering behind his gaze. The kind of resolve found in men who keep looking for teammates, never declared dead. The second state was forest, deep, rocky, half-forgotten, a clinic built from repurposed shipping containers. The original vet had passed away, but locals remembered. A tall, lean man with a gray dog had come through. Said little, only asked for antiseptic and bandages. The way he'd placed his hand on the dog's neck, firm, controlled, almost panicked, left no one room to refuse. Claire took notes. Rowan didn't. They didn't speak of hope, didn't call these signs. They were bones, pieced together toward a body never buried. By dusk, they reached the third state. Through dust-caked windows, the setting sun lit up the worn-out sign, Cedarland Coastal Region Southgate Entrance. Ash stirred in the back seat. Not a growl, not a bark, just a quiet, fixed stare out the window, as if some old scent or heartbeat once tethered to him was drawing near again. Every clinic they stopped at shared one trait. They weren't places with fluorescent signs or reception bells. They were tucked behind gas stations, on the back slopes of hills, wedged between low-town homes. And inside them were people who didn't ask why, didn't demand pasts, people who only cared about breath, pulse, and the eyes, whether human or not. The first was Doctor. Ames. Animal relief. Only a young nurse remained after the doctor passed. When Claire showed her a photo of Ash and asked, "Have you ever seen a dog like this? Scar on the left ear, slight limp?" The girl nodded immediately. 3 years ago. Tall man, military jacket. Didn't say much, just said, "He needs meds, no receipts." I remember because the dog didn't look around. It sat by the door, back to the man, eyes on the entrance, like it was guarding. Rowan and Claire exchanged looks. Ash stood a few paces away, eyes fixed on the exam table. Tense, focused, still. The next was Blue Trail Vet. A tired, middle-aged man with messy hair and thick, round glasses greeted them with a gravelly voice. "Oh, that dog? I remember. Not for the scar, but for how he entered. No leash, no hesitation. He didn't sniff, didn't pace, just walked straight to the corner of the room and lay down, eyes wide open. Claire asked, "What about the man?" "Soldier, maybe. When I asked his name, he said, 'Just help the dog, I don't matter.' It was the first time I gave an antibiotic shot and felt examined, and not by the man, by the dog." Each stop added clarity, not just to a trail, but to a pattern. Bravo always entered first, picked a spot with full visibility, never turned his back to a door. At Glen Southfield, a mountain edge post, they met an old vet named Martha. She kept no records, but she remembered the eyes. "The man said the dog's name was Bravo. I thought it was a joke, but the way he said it, and the way the dog responded, quiet, firm, precise, I'd never seen anything like it. That dog took a needle without flinching, looked at me like, 'I know this is necessary, do it!'" Claire recorded every word. Rowan wrote nothing. But he watched Ash, and sometimes silence says everything. The scar behind the ear, the slight limp, the complete stillness in pain. They weren't just traits of a dog. They were a map, leading back to a man who didn't want to be found. Evening fell faster as they reached Cedar Lynn, a small oceanside town tucked under pine-shadowed hills, its back to the land, its face toward the sea like someone who lives by storms and remembers each one. Waves lapped steadily, repeating like breath. Calm, but never forgiving those who waited here too long. Claire traced the paper map, pointed toward a dirt road at the edge of town, where a blacked-out square still showed a faint, smudged name. Bayview Care. When they arrived, the wooden sign had lost its paint, the brass plaque worn to a whisper, but one hand-etched line still read, "We treat what others forget." Rowan killed the engine. Ash jumped out first. But this time he didn't move slow, didn't scan. He walked straight for the porch, like he remembered it. The on-duty vet was a silver-haired woman planting flowers in the yard. She looked up, saw Ash before she saw the people, and froze. "Impossible." Rowan approached. Claire followed, holding out the printed photo of Cade and Bravo. "Have you seen this dog before?" The woman didn't answer right away. She walked slowly toward Ash, who stood still, unflinching, not affectionate, not wary, just waiting. She placed her hand gently on the side of Ash's neck, where the fur grew thinner from old stitches, and whispered, "Bravo." Rowan and Claire exchanged glances. The woman looked up, her voice steadier. "Last year, a man brought him in." Said nothing. Left arm injured. Walked like he'd learned to live ready to run. Asked for help with a deep wound. Refused paperwork. Left $50. Told me, "If anyone asks, I was never here." Claire asked, "Do you remember his face?" She answered without hesitation. "Not clearly. But he looked like someone who lives always half expecting to leave. I've seen many, but this one wasn't running from danger. He was running from memory." Rowan lowered his voice. "Where did he go?" "The docks. Asked for the old shipyard. It's just storage now, or maybe a hiding place." Rowan turned back to the car without another word. Ash had already turned his head toward that direction, ears up, eyes locked. He sensed something no one else could, something not written in files, not printed on maps, but buried in bone. The scent of someone who once called his name, without needing to command. Grayson Bay didn't exist on most modern maps. GPS systems labeled it a non-designated coastal region, and navigation tools showed nothing more than a shadowed strip of shoreline, lined with pines, no markers, no descriptions. Locals referred to it by older names, Dry Port, Blindman's Bay, or simply the place behind the ridge. The town had only one main road, paved in green slate, damp and uneven, running past abandoned warehouses, an unstaffed gas station, and a line of single-story timber houses with fading red tile roofs. A lone diner opened at 8 a.m. and closed whenever no one else showed up. Outside, an old blind man's fish cart still stood every afternoon, not for business, but as a living anchor marking the rhythm of a place that had no reason to change. Claire sat in the back seat, eyes scanning each shuttered storefront, and murmured, "It feels like the whole town is holding its breath for something." Rowan didn't respond. He was watching Ash, who now sat upright between the front seats, eyes locked on the road ahead, like he'd walked this path before, but not with Rowan. A sea breeze swept inland, thick with salt and dried kelp, wrapping around the air like an unshaken memory. The fog hadn't lifted. The day was bright, but carried no sunlight, and the town seemed to need no light to survive. If people still lived here, they passed each other in glances. No one looked for long. No one spoke first. They moved with the quiet of those who had once seen what should never have been seen, and learned how to go on by asking nothing more. On a rusted utility pole near the path leading to the dock, a rotted wooden sign hung loosely. "Grayson Bay, we don't forget, we don't explain." Claire took a photo. Rowan didn't slow down. Because here, what mattered wasn't written in words, didn't show on faces. It hid in the way a door took half a second longer to close, the hesitant shift of feet behind a curtain, or a fleeting glance from someone who knew too much and had chosen to let the truth fade with the morning fog. Grayson Bay was where people came to disappear, and if Cade Mercer had survived, there was no better place to become a man without a name. The fog slipped low, like a cold silk cloth, brushing the mossy stone road and threading through every warped plank of the forgotten warehouses. Rowan threw on another jacket, locked the steering wheel, and opened the car door. Instantly, the coastal wind swept in, carrying the broken clatter of loose tin sheets far off in the distance, not loud enough to warn, but too real to ignore. Ash leapt down first. He didn't sniff the ground, didn't scan his surroundings. His ears didn't track possible threats. He simply walked, with the steps of someone who already knew where the soul had gone. Rowan and Claire followed. No one called his name. No one asked where he was going. Sometimes the dog remembers more than memory does. Ash led them past a stretch of low palms, hugging the shoreline, where the sand dipped gently into dark rock, and decaying wooden pilings jutted out toward the waves like the bones of an old pier. Dozens of fishing boats sat still in the water, as if hibernating. An occasional clang of chain against hull echoed, a soft metallic rhythm, steady and distant, like the heartbeat of something still holding on. Then Ash stopped. No wasted movement. No looking back. He halted exactly in the middle of the weathered boardwalk leading to the main dock, where the fog thickened just enough to blur the end of the path like a hidden gate. Claire held her breath. Rowan stepped forward, but Ash moved one pace back, as if to say, "You don't need to go closer. Just look." And from within the dense gray veil, a figure began to form. Not tall, not fast, the gait uneven, shoulders bowed, but the shape was hauntingly familiar. Ash didn't bark, didn't run. He took a few steady steps, then sat, right in the center of the dock, as if a soldier had just found the commander he once thought lost. The man in the mist stopped. One hand moved to his chest pocket, his head lowered. Then he dropped to one knee. Both hands reached out, palms open toward Ash. No name called, no command given. Just a silence that expanded like a confession. Ash moved. Slowly, but surely. And when only half an arm's reach remained between them, he pressed his head against the man's chest. No one spoke. But Rowan understood. This was the end of a search that had rewritten itself in shadows, and the beginning of a storm of memory that had never truly ended. The room behind the old shipyard had no bed, no armchair, nothing but a makeshift wooden table, a few cans of soup strewn in the corner, and a pile of papers hidden beneath a dried paint bucket. Everything bore the traces of a life not built to settle, only to survive, quietly, invisibly. Rowan leaned against the wall, eyes locked on the man crouched over a small oil stove on the cracked cement floor. Claire sat curled near a window, cracked just enough to let the sea air in, her gaze never leaving the figure who had emerged like someone risen from the grave. That man, gray streaks already visible along his temples, fingers trembling slightly as he struck the lighter. But the eyes were sharp, like a blade wrapped in torn leather. Ash lay at his feet, head resting atop the man's worn boot, eyes half closed, not in deep sleep, but in the kind of guard stance held only for one person, the one who had once called him by his true name. "What's your name?" Claire asked, voice even. The man didn't look up. Logan Price. I mean your real name." His hand paused. Silence filled a few seconds. Then a nod. "Cade Mercer." No more denial. No more avoidance. Claire glanced toward Rowan, who had yet to speak a word since entering the room. His face carried a collision of emotion. Shock, recognition, disbelief, and something closer to anger. An anger born of a sacrifice no one had permission to speak of. Cade pulled out a folding chair, sat down, placed a hand on Ash's head, fingers tracing the outline of the scar behind the ear. "I buried Logan Price the first day I disappeared. That name, it was a body I needed, so Cade Mercer could vanish from every system." He looked up, gaze clear and unwavering. "I wasn't mortally wounded, but I saw too much, and I knew if I lived, Bravo would never be safe." Claire gave the smallest nod, not as a journalist, but as someone who had just confirmed the myth she'd chased for years was real. Rowan clenched his fists, pulled a cigarette from his pocket but didn't light it. He stared at Cade for a long time before his voice came out, low and rough. "So, all those years, you only lived to hide?" Cade gave a soft laugh. "I lived, so Bravo wouldn't be decommissioned like a broken weapon." Rowan remained where he was, his back against the damp cement, eyes studying every motion between Ash and the man named Cade Mercer. The man who had once been declared dead, scrubbed from every dossier, every war map, every late-night barrack story of the few who returned. But nothing in that old photograph Claire had shown him, nothing in the leaked documents labeled Project Sentry, could capture what now stood before him. Ash, once the silent shadow curled beside a fireplace, unmoved by toys, unwilling to eat under watchful eyes, now lay stretched beside Cade, head gently pressed against the fraying seam of a worn combat pant leg. This wasn't joy. Not the way ordinary dogs showed it. There was no jumping, no wild wagging. Only stillness, complete, absolute, the stillness of a soldier who had found his commanding officer. Rowan had seen that before, at outposts far beyond the lines, when a K-9 found someone it thought lost in the chaos of an ambush. No name needed, no command given. Just the scent of skin, the rhythm of breath, the echo of familiar footsteps. Bravo, Ash, had returned to the position he was born to hold, left flank, half a step back, close enough to react to breath, but never to block movement. And Cade, with eyes hollow from years, not tears, ran a hand down Ash's spine, like tracing a manuscript newly returned from Ash. Rowan swallowed hard. His fingers still clutched the unlit cigarette, lips pressed tight to cage the rising burn in his chest. He wasn't bitter. He didn't resent. But he knew that dog had never belonged to him. "You still waited for him?" Rowan said, voice hushed like the lingering smell of charred wood in the night. "Even when you didn't know he was alive?" Ash didn't lift his head, but one ear twitched, an unspoken yes. Claire didn't speak. The recorder under the table continued spinning, but her hands never reached for it. Some moments, any word feels like desecration. Cade bent down, rested his forehead gently against Ash's. One hand touched the base of the dog's neck, where once hung a collar stamped BRV-07. He whispered again, from somewhere older than language, "Good boy. You waited." Rowan turned his head, not to look away, but to give that moment room. For the two survivors of a storm, no one else could name. The stove's embers had cooled, and the dim light in the room faded with the slow descent of dusk over the bay. Cade sat motionless, hands interlocked, eyes on the concrete. Not as avoidance, but as if choosing each word with the precision of someone disarming a mine, aware that one wrong syllable might ignite years of buried pain. "There are things I never meant to tell," he began, voice dry and measured like an internal debrief, slow, cold, but irrevocable. "I didn't go missing. I disappeared. After the ambush, the unit was torn apart. No backup, no extraction. We were left there, as if someone intended it." Rowan sat still, arms crossed. Claire leaned forward slightly, watching every muscle tense in Cade's face. "Bravo. Ash pulled me out of the wreckage, with his own teeth. He bit into my vest harness, dragged me over sand and rubble, dodging every round. His eyes never left mine, even when blood started leaking from his foreleg." He paused, breathed, steady but not detached. "When evac finally came, they took me. No space for the dog, no ID code in the system. I screamed, begged to take Bravo with me. But they said he was no longer necessary. And worse, they said if I survived and talked too much about something called Project Sentry, they'd ensure every loose end would be silenced." Claire lowered her voice. "Greyfold." Cade nodded. "I heard that code once, through comms just before our signal cut. I wasn't sure it was real, until I saw another K9 unit BRV-03 lying on a dirt road with a surgical cut at the back of his head. No one came for the body." His hands tightened, just slightly, but enough for both of them to feel it. The fury that never left, only waited. "So I did the only thing I could. I vanished, cut all ties, erased myself. And if Bravo survived, I knew he'd be processed, not with poison, but with something worse, stripping everything that made him who he was." He looked down again, directly at Ash, who still lay beside him, as if afraid that leaving his side once more might be permanent. "I didn't disappear to live. I disappeared so he wouldn't be erased from this world like a training glitch." Rowan said nothing, but something in him shifted. Suspicion gave way to understanding, anger softened into acknowledgement, and perhaps respect, for a man who didn't run out of fear, but because it was the only way to keep the last living remnant of his own humanity from being erased. Night draped over the small room like a heavy blanket pulled across fragments of memory still gasping for air. The fire in the stove had long since died, leaving only a faint warmth lingering through the quiet. Claire turned on the recorder but placed it at a distance, never intruding on the kind of conversation that demanded space more than sound. Rowan sat angled beside the half-open window, fingers wrapped around a cup of cold coffee. Ash lay right at Cade's feet, still like a breathing stone. Cade lifted his head. His eyes weren't on anyone in the room, but locked onto the dark space in front of him, the same space where he had once buried a part of his soul. "We were deployed late July. Saad region, 12 miles from the border. Mission name was Haven Mark, but the real content, no one ever spelled it out. We were told one thing only: approach, observe, don't intervene. From his jacket, Cade pulled a torn map, unfolding it across the battered wooden table. Pencil marks still faintly visible. Symbols, cross-circled zones, internal codes. I was the only one in our unit who knew there was a parallel force. Mercenaries funded privately, operating under a name that didn't officially exist. Project Sentry was its unofficial arm. He pointed to the map's edge. They inserted specialized K9 units, like Bravo, to shadow, record, track movement. But their true purpose was to mark targets in advance for extrajudicial disposal. No trial, no records. Cade paused, then went on. On the fourth night, we were ambushed, not by enemies, by Sentry's own embedded team. Someone in the chain had greenlit the deletion of our entire unit, called it a trajectory deviation. My team was torn apart piece by piece, no one left to retrieve. I lived because of Bravo. He shoved me out of the blast, dragged me over 200 meters through shifting sand. No rest, no food, no pause. He said nothing else. He simply sat, one hand resting gently on Ash's back, as if letting go might unravel the entire story into the night, like a dream fading at dawn. In that peeling room, with a stove now fading to ash, no judgment was issued, no title granted. But the silence, deep, long, and heavy as earth packed over a grave, was all the confirmation needed. Ash was here. Not a hallucination, not a memory reconstructed, not a dramatized symbol of grief. He had survived. And somehow, in a world built to erase what was no longer useful, Ash had made it out and returned to the ones who needed to know. Claire glanced at the dog curled beneath Cade's legs, head resting atop the worn boots, his body folded inward as if trying to preserve a warmth once lost. She spoke slowly, without needing to project her voice. There were leaked reports, witnesses, internal logs. She looked to Rowan. But nothing among them survived long enough to be believed. Rowan gave a small nod. Not in agreement, but as one who acknowledged what he had already known from the first time he met Ash. Some stories are not written in words. Some truths don't sit in files. They live in scars, in crooked gates, in eyes that no longer respond to toys. Ash didn't need to testify. He didn't need to explain. He only needed to exist. And his existence, once dismissed as a flaw, a leak, a malfunction, now stood as the most undeniable accusation. Cade exhaled, not bothering to hide the rasp in his throat. I used to think I was the last one who remembered the truth, but turns out I was just the one who survived. He looked down at Ash. And he is the evidence. Off the shore, the waves beat a steady rhythm. Far out, the lighthouse swept its beam across the bay for the third time that night. And in that moment, there was no tribunal, no declaration, no decree. There was only a dog, still breathing. And the world, though it may never admit it, had just been awakened. Morning arrived late in Grayson Bay. Sunlight didn't pour through the windows. It merely crept, shy and filtered, through thick layers of mist like memories left tangled and unresolved. Rowan sat at the wooden table inside the low-ceilinged back room of the old shipyard. In front of him was a small iron box, one he had hidden beneath the truck ever since they left the first town behind. The box was rusted, its corners dented inward as if someone had once tried to crush it beneath a boot, not to open it, but to bury what it held. Claire stood opposite him, arms crossed, tension written plainly across her face. She had spoken to sources before, read the whispers in unconfirmed leaks, brushed close to the edges of so-called gray ops. But this was the first time a living piece of proof sat across from her. A man erased by the system. A dog priced and discarded like malfunctioning gear. Rowan didn't speak much. He simply laid his palm across the lid, then unlatched the small metal clasp. Inside was everything he'd salvaged, copies of strange emails, lines from digital journals recounting fragmented dreams, photographs blurred by water but still clear enough to show the numbered collar. BRV-07. One paper slip, its ink faded, described Military Canine, Non-Verbal Reactive Model, Embedded with Autonomous Module. He tapped his finger along the edge of the box, an old habit from his days in the Army Tech Unit, like listening for the heartbeat of a device still clinging to life. "Take it," he said, his eyes fixed on Ash, curled by the fireplace, back turned to them, as if none of it mattered anymore. Claire stared at Rowan for a long moment. "What can I possibly protect?" she asked quietly. "You don't have to protect anyone," Rowan replied. "Just speak the truth. All of it." She nodded, slowly, then opened her backpack and began placing the files inside, carefully, reverently, like someone collecting fractured bones to rebuild a skeleton. Not to exhume a death, but to return a name to the truth. From his inner jacket pocket, Rowan pulled out one final photo. He handed it to Claire, his voice low. "No one's seen this before. Bravo, during his rookie training, sitting next to Cade. No trenches, no weapons, just sunlight, and the belief they'd both make it back." Claire accepted the photo, and for the first time on this long journey, she didn't feel like a reporter. She felt like a custodian, someone holding the last testimony of a soul that had never been heard. On the road back to the cabin, Claire sat in the back seat of the truck, arms wrapped tightly around the backpack, as if the wind might steal away its contents, those half-formed records, images, codes, things that, if lost to the roadside, would once again become just discarded scraps of paper. But now, for the first time, they carried something no dossier ever had before. Ash. The dog lay silent in the space between the front seats, his head resting on Rowan's leg, eyes closed, ears still in the quiet posture of a soldier standing watch. He didn't bark, didn't shift, didn't respond to the engine or the salt wind or the rattle of potholes. He simply breathed, steady, as if counting down the seconds until light would finally touch the truth. Once, Ash was Lot 47, a number inked onto a plastic tag hanging from the cage bars at a rural auction for expired things. No one looked at him twice. No one asked what he had been, who he had served, or what he did to earn the label too late. But now he stood at the center of a federal investigation set to open. He was the reason a journalist had gambled her career on a man who didn't exist in any civilian registry. The reason a soldier who had kept silent for years now stood and spoke, not out of vengeance, but for justice, for a dog who had never stopped waiting. At the newsroom back in state, when Claire submitted the story, the headline avoided buzzwords. She didn't reach for war crimes or military secrets. She wrote, "A dog survived, and a memory that won't be erased." Beneath the headline was a photo of Ash, not standing tall, not leaping, but sitting on a mist-covered lawn, neck still bearing the faint imprint where a numbered collar once lay. He didn't testify. He had no fingerprints. He couldn't argue or plead. But in his eyes was a story deep enough to make anyone stop, because the very existence of Ash raised a question no system could answer. If everything they said was true, why did the dog they thought was dead come back? 6 a.m.? At the second line, a small independent newsroom known mostly for local exposés and Saturday afternoon essays, something stirred. A quiet fuse had been lit. Claire Rhodes stood in front of her monitor, the cursor blinking like a pulse waiting for its final push. The headline was done. The image was chosen. Every fact had been triple-checked, cross-verified, and archived to the most rigid standards. But there was one thing she couldn't fact-check: her own trembling hands hovering over the mouse as if they knew this wasn't just a story. It was a quiet detonation about to ripple through the desks of people who had long believed this kind of thing couldn't happen. Beneath the headline, "The Forgotten Dog and the Mission They Tried to Erase," was the opening line. Once known as Lot 47 in a military dog auction, Ash, real name Bravo, was never just a discarded animal. He was part of a special unit deployed under a shadow operation called Project Sentry, a program training dogs as tools for off-the-record infiltration missions. His memory, though unwritten, holds the untold crimes of a system never meant to be seen. Claire clicked publish. No calls, no approval chain, just a single keystroke. And the article surged to the front page, instantly pushed to the website, mobile app, and newsletter feeds. Within 10 minutes, the first comment appeared. Is this a dog or a witness? Within an hour, the servers jammed. Traffic exceeded 500,000 hits, the highest in the publication's history. By hour 3, the hashtags were everywhere. #, Justice for Bravo, #, Project, Sen tries real #, bring them home. More than 20 regional stations reached out, requesting interviews with Claire. Her inbox flooded, messages from global journalists, animal rights organizations, and veterans who had once fought in the same zones. But among the hundreds of subject lines, one message made Claire jolt upright. Anonymous account. I served in Sentry. I know what they did to Bravo 03. Call me. And in that moment, Claire understood. This story didn't end in a byline. It had just become the first shot of a nationwide investigation. Within 24 hours, a whisper had turned into a storm. From small-town streets in Nebraska to decommissioned military bases dotting the East Coast, the story of a dog named Ash, a silent survivor, was igniting fires across community boards, military forums, and watchdog circles. No one debated if the story was true anymore. They asked, why has no one told it until now? On the National Veterans Forum, the repost from the second line received over 100,000 comments in 2 days. One logistics officer wrote, I once saw a K9 get its chip removed and taken away. I didn't understand back then. Now I do. The Armed Protection for Animal Welfare, APW, a group rarely in headlines, called a press conference. Spokeswoman Jolene Thatch stated, if this article is accurate, then this isn't about a dog. This is about a war crime, where service animals, creatures who bled for us, were treated like disposable hardware. The article triggered outrage in independent defense watchdog communities. Within 72 hours, over 60,000 signatures were collected, demanding a House inquiry into off-record military operations conducted under private contracts. Pressure mounted. The White House issued a statement, "We are reviewing the allegations raised by investigative reporter Claire Rhodes. The President has directed the Homeland Security Advisory Team to coordinate with the Pentagon and assess the credibility of the claims." Simultaneously, major media outlets, CNN, BBC, and others, translated the story and expanded coverage. The photo of Ash lying beside Cade Mercer outside a weathered cabin in Grayson Bay became front-page material. That image became a symbol, not of a PR campaign, not of a scandal, but of one haunting question. What have we done to those who once saved us? From a number, Lot 47, Ash had become something more. A living witness forcing an entire system to reckon with the memory it tried so hard to erase. The Capitol dome gleamed faintly under the gray veil of a Washington, D.C. autumn, but inside the closed-door hearing room of the Congressional Oversight Committee, no warmth could be found. Everything was sterile. Fluorescent lights, paper-strewn desks, crisp suits of aides, and the granite-set expressions of elected officials. Rowan Beck, white shirt sleeves rolled, sat upright at the far right of the testimony table. Beside him sat Cade Mercer, a man once listed among the dead, and beneath them, on the cold marble floor, lay Ash, still and unmoving, a breath of silence in a universe full of noise. No one called him Lot 47 anymore. No one referred to him as biological evidence. He was officially entered into the hearing record as Bravo, former K-9 unit, Project Sentry, represented by Cade Mercer. Across the room sat 11 committee members, drawn from Homeland Security, Military Affairs, and Governmental Ethics. Recording devices hummed. Cameras stood like statues, and on the rear screen, pulled line by line, were excerpts from Claire Rhodes' explosive report. Chairman West tapped the gavel. This hearing is convened to clarify the role of unofficial units in extraterritorial military operations, and more specifically, to address the allegations of combat dogs used in potential violations of war ethics. Mr. Rowan Beck, please begin. Rowan stood. His voice didn't echo, but it held like steel buried in battlefield mud. I don't represent any institution. I'm just a man who walked into a dog auction, saw a forgotten animal, and brought him home. He paused, glancing down at Ash, still resting with his head across Cade's boot. But when I saw those eyes, I knew. I didn't bring home a dog. I brought home a memory someone had tried to bury. One committee member frowned. Did you know at the time he was a soldier? Rowan shook his head. I only knew he had once believed in someone so much that he waited the rest of his life just to see them again. Cade rose, his voice calm, and the story began again. A mission betrayed. The earliest signs of a unit wipe plan, Bravo pulling him out of hell, then disappearing into chaos. Recorders kept spinning, but no senator scribbled another note. They watched, listened, and in the figures before them, they no longer saw witnesses, but survivors, and a creature who had never let go. The air inside the chamber thickened, like a meeting between men who'd bled in sand and those who'd never left marble hallways. Among typed testimonies and sharp congressional stares, what lingered wasn't on paper. It lived in how Rowan described each scar, how Cade slowed when he named old unit members, and in how neither man's eyes left Ash, like they were recounting a tale they still hadn't escaped. No one called them informants. No one asked for statements. There were no counter-versions, because what they offered wasn't data. It was residue, wrinkles earned by waiting, shaking tones when naming a road someone never returned from, a wound centered in the chest, uncurable, unspoken, called simply survival. Cade didn't give a speech. He asked, "We're not here to accuse, we just want to ask, why are the lives that saved others not worth protecting?" Rowan followed without cue. "We survived, but at the cost of silence, of loss, of nights that never seemed to end. And if Bravo, Ash, hadn't been found, then neither of us would have anything left worth telling. Sometimes words don't carry as far as presence." The way Cade stepped to the bench without blinking. The way Rowan clasped his shoulder, not as comfort, but confirmation. "I'm here. You're not alone." And Ash, silent, unmoving, just lay there, breath steady, head resting on the foot of the man he once followed into fire. Under the harsh congressional lights, they were no longer case files. They were proof that what is right can still survive, even after the world burns it to ash. In the chamber's hushed quiet, where every page turn or pen click sounded like thunder, Ash didn't move. No one cued him. No one called his name. No one referred to him as a subject in record. But all eyes turned to him, as if the moment he lifted his head, the room itself would fall silent in reverence. His thick coat had grayed, especially at the collar and bridge of his nose. One ear, torn years ago, drooped slightly. His legs, once agile across sand and landmine routes, now tucked beneath him, but retained the posture of a soldier at rest, not surrender. And his eyes, deep amber like cooled magma, scanned the room with the gaze of one trained in battlefield assessment. No fear, no defiance, no fatigue. Only the calm of one who had seen far more than the world believed any dog could comprehend. When Cade sat and instinctively placed a hand on Ash's head, the dog leaned slightly into it, like a soldier acknowledging that the wait was over. No bark needed, no blood required, no need to recount every life saved, every bomb dodged, every bullet survived. Because the silence Ash held amid the clamor of hearings, flags, and skeptical eyes was the last truth left unshaken. He no longer runs, no longer guards through the night, no longer jumps into roaring trucks, but in the stillness of his body, resolute, present, alert, one message rang louder than any testimony. War takes many things, but it did not take the loyalty of a soul still here. The last winter passed, leaving a thin veil of mist over the southern Oregon hills, and it was there, where cell towers vanished and maps turned vague, that the Sentry Haven began to appear. Not like something newly built, but as if it had always existed and was simply waiting to be found. The old wooden cabin that once belonged to Rowan's family, once nothing more than a fireplace filled with ash, a few half-drunk bottles, and a gravel road trailing down to the stream, was now transformed into a sanctuary, a training field, a line of humble sleeping quarters, and a small veterinary clinic built from repurposed containers. At the front gate, carved into a slab of oak, stood a simple inscription: The Sentry Haven. A place where no one stands watch alone. No one asked who named it, no discussions were held, because there was only one name that carried both recognition and forgiveness for everything that had come before. Sentry. Not to recall a disavowed operation, but to affirm one truth, that they were still here, the ones who had once held the line between life and death, between truth and oblivion. Cade rebuilt the old watchpost along the forest edge, the same pine shelter where he had spent 3 weeks after leaving Grayson Bay. Rowan converted the storage shed into a common room, where people could make coffee, fix old tools, or simply sit in silence. No flags were raised, no banners hung. The Sentry Haven held no grand opening. A few old friends came by, most of them veterans who had once known Cade or heard whispers of Bravo in nameless, scattered stories. Some arrived with worn backpacks, others brought dogs, thin, limping, scarred. Rowan gave no speech. Cade stood, but didn't address the group. Yet that evening, as the sun dipped behind the freshly painted fence, the two men stood side by side, gazing over the field stretching before the porch. And there, among patches of uneven grass, Ash lay beside a newly arrived yellow lab. No titles, no roles, no need for certificates. He was simply there, a living symbol that as long as eyes still watched over each other, no one was ever truly left behind. One morning, before the dew had cleared from the window glass, a veteran named Wallace arrived with an unnamed Malinois. He said only one thing: he still dreams when he sleeps. Days later, a widow from Montana drove 800 miles with a half-blind shepherd. Then came a 10-year-old boy with PTSD from a traffic accident, quiet, reserved, his grip locked around the leash of a dog that had survived an illegal breeding compound. And so, step by step, the Sentry Haven became a place not for those seeking therapy, but for those who had long learned to tighten their armor and bury their wounds, and who now, for the first time, were learning how to let go without shame. Here, no one asked, "Where did you serve?" They asked, "Was the dream rough last night?" No one said, "He's a rescue dog." They asked, "Did he sleep okay?" And each day, as the grass grew and the wind moved through the trees, as footsteps crunched over gravel paths, and breaths aligned between human and canine, something began to mend. A soldier no longer had to prove his worth standing among old comrades. A dog didn't need to perform tricks to earn its place. A child didn't have to behave to be welcomed. All that mattered was presence, in a space where the past was honored, pain was understood without judgment, and what was once dismissed as excess equipment was now held with reverence, like the soul fragments of a life once shattered. One night, Rowan passed the rear yard and saw a dog resting its head on a veteran's lap. Both had their eyes closed, not out of exhaustion, but because, finally, they had found a place safe enough to sleep. And in the flickering light of the oil lamp by the gate, the words, "The Sentry Haven," seemed etched not in wood, but in the very breath of those who once believed they'd wander forever. A place for those who once stood guard, and who are now watched over by understanding. By mid-March, the mountain winds had begun to warm after weeks of frost. The eucalyptus tree behind the main house was budding, and Ash, his pace slower now, his head held lower, still moved with steady rhythm through the grounds. He no longer ran as he once did, but with each step, it felt as though the entire haven found its breath again, falling back into the cadence of something quietly held together. That afternoon, a veteran named Joel Arrington arrived at the center just before dusk. He'd been transferred from a psychological rehab facility for soldiers recovering from trauma. His face had dulled under years of medication and self-isolation behind doors that no longer needed locks. No luggage, no introduction. Only a pair of eyes scanning every surface like a man searching for a place to vanish. Joel was placed in room 4, the last room along the main lodge, with a window looking out over the open field where dogs were usually released in the early morning. For the first 3 days, he didn't step off the porch. He didn't enter the community hall. Meals were left on a chair by his door and picked up with no trace of whether anything had been eaten. On the 4th day, while Rowan and Cade were reviewing the week's schedule, Ash, without a word, without a signal, rose from his usual place by the fireplace and walked down the hall. No one called him, no leash, no command. He moved as if summoned by a voice too quiet for human ears. Ash stopped at room 4 and lay down. He didn't pant, didn't bark. He simply rested his head on the worn rug outside the door. Half an hour later, the door creaked open. Joel stood there, unshaven, his hand trembling. But for the first time in years, his gaze stopped on something not out of fear or defense. He looked at Ash. And Ash looked back. No words, no gestures, just the eyes of a soul who had crossed battlefields telling another, "I'm here. Whenever you're ready, I'll still be here." From that day forward, Ash lay outside Joel's door each morning for exactly 30 minutes. On the 7th morning, Joel stepped out holding a cup of coffee, his first one poured by his own hand. He sat beside Ash on the porch step. No applause, no record. But from the kitchen window, Rowan saw it and knew a door had just opened, silently. At Sentry Haven, no one was asked to share. No one was forced into scheduled participation. No one questioned why someone showed up late or spent an entire afternoon sitting quietly, staring across the field. Because here, presence itself was a kind of language. And Ash, no longer the strong, fleet-footed dog of wartime, no longer the star of any therapy brochure or press photo, was perhaps the only soul in the sanctuary who truly understood that language to its core. Joel sat beside Ash day after day. No conversation, no touch, but always there at the same time, as though both man and dog understood something beyond words in the way neither rushed to leave. On the 14th morning, Rowan was repairing a pipe behind the kitchen when he noticed something subtle. Instead of heading straight for the field, Ash paused beside the wooden bench where Joel usually sat. He rested his head on it, but this time his face turned back toward the house, like a silent message. That evening, Joel arrived earlier than usual. He no longer carried coffee, but a worn mechanic's rag. He placed it next to Ash, then sat down and took out an old army lighter, rusted and unused. He turned it over in his hands without sparking it. And Ash, no head lift, no tail wag, simply lay there, breathing slow and deep, as if absorbing the man's uncertainty without trying to fix it. They needed no dialogue. There was no documentation. No counselor stood nearby. But that night, after the hallway lights dimmed one by one, Joel remained. His hand touched Ash's back, not trembling, not tentative. No flinch, no shield, just one simple gesture, as though someone had finally found the thing he had long been unable to name. And Ash, as always, didn't respond with movement. He didn't lick the hand. He didn't look up, because his presence alone was already the answer. When little Noah came to Sentry Haven, the file said only a few things. 8 years old, lost his mother in a car accident on the way home from piano practice. His father, a hearing-impaired combat veteran with anxiety disorder, lived in a support center over 100 miles away. Since the night of the accident, Noah had not spoken a word. No screams, no tears, not even a whisper. Only a searching gaze, as if scanning every face in a crowd for someone he couldn't quite name. He was placed at Haven temporarily, part of a pilot program linking orphaned children with therapeutic dogs. No expectations, no pressure, just the hope that no new scars would be added. On the first day, Noah hid behind his guardian, gripping the back of their jacket like it was his last anchor. On the second, he sat by the window in the communal hall, doodling silently, showing no response when greeted. On the third, when Ash walked across the courtyard and paused in front of the boy, for reasons unknown, everything shifted. Ash didn't approach, didn't entice. He simply stopped a few meters away and turned his head, as if waiting. Noah saw him. He didn't run over, didn't recoil, but for the first time in forever, his feet moved forward on their own. Ash led Noah around the field like it was something they'd done 100 times before. Every afternoon, around the same soft hour when sunlight slipped through the trees, they'd meet again. Noah still didn't speak, but he followed, sat beside Ash, reached out and touched his back with fingers so gentle it felt like he feared reopening an old wound. On the 17th afternoon, the wind was colder than usual. Rowan was checking the irrigation valves when he heard the soft patter of small shoes on dry earth. He turned and saw Noah standing in the middle of the field, hand resting on Ash's head, who was half asleep in the last glow of sun. The boy leaned down, close to the old dog's ear, and whispered softly, as if to himself, "Home." No cameras, no therapists, only Ash, still as always, tilted his head slightly toward the boy's hand and closed his eyes. No need for more words, no explanation. Just one long, quiet moment, enough to know that here, among those once broken and those still learning how to stand again, someone had finally found the way back. April mornings began with the wind slipping through the old pines along the edge of the center. Rowan rose early, as he always did, brewed coffee, made the first rounds. Ash no longer joined him every morning. These days, he slept more, moved slower, but he still waited in the middle courtyard every afternoon, like clockwork. On his way back in, Rowan stopped by the small mailbox hanging on the gatepost. Inside was an envelope. No return address, no postal stamp. Just a single line printed cleanly. To the one who didn't look away. Inside was a handwritten letter, penned in sharp, deliberate strokes, the kind of handwriting shaped by years of quick decisions made in darkness. The paper carried the scent of old smoke and damp, like it had passed through places that don't exist on maps. Rowan read it slowly. No change in expression, no rush. Only a pause, subtle but firm, when he reached the middle. That's where the tone shifted, from matter-of-fact to something close to trembling. I was part of it. My name doesn't matter. If you're reading this, it means I've watched long enough to know. You didn't just save a dog. You did something an entire system couldn't. You faced the consequences of orders no one thought they'd have to answer for. There was no apology, no justification, only acknowledgement from the other side. From the side that once buried numbers like Lot 47 in surplus manifests, that once signed off erasures in red ink, convinced no one would ever dig them up again. The letter continued. There are things I helped cover up, reports I edited, and eyes that looked at me through one-way glass like I was already a ghost. But when I saw Bravo's face, when I saw those eyes on the front page, I knew. The truth survives. It can't stay buried forever. Rowan held the letter for a long while, then folded it and slipped it into his jacket pocket. He didn't mention it to Cade. Didn't contact any journalists, didn't reply. But the next morning he went to the wood shop behind the camp, pulled out a long pine plank, and began carving. Letter by letter with a hand tool blade. Truth doesn't need to win. It only needs to be remembered. The letter wasn't about gratitude. Toward the end, the handwriting turned shaky, either from a trembling hand or a shaken conscience. The tone no longer confessed. It warned. Bravo isn't the only one. Men like Cade aren't the only ones who stayed behind. Project Sentry, the name you and that reporter pulled into the light, that's just one layer. Beneath it lie systems no longer charted, no longer recorded, and inside them live still being used for things no government has ever voted on. Rowan frowned. The next lines were almost illegible, trails of ink veering off, words heavier, harder to follow. One of them, I saw it return. One eye blind, a broken leg, no chip, no name, but it came back, found its way across the border, back to the old camp. When I filed the report, they said, "No records. Cancel it." And that was the end. No coordinates, no photographs. But in the smudged folds of that page, something was undeniable. Ash was not the only story pulled from the dark. Rowan reread the final lines 3 times, then tucked the letter into his old field notebook, the one where he had once sketched the first blueprint for the gate. He didn't tell anyone. But the next morning, when Claire Rhodes came by for tea, Rowan handed her a cup, then quietly slid a single piece of paper across the table. On it, written in steady, resolute ink, "If there's another name, another scar, another untold story, we'll be the ones to record it." Claire nodded. No questions. Ash, lying on the porch in the warm hush of morning, eyes half closed but ears tilted just slightly toward them, as if listening, not with sound, but with a memory that had never truly faded. It rained for 3 days straight, not a storm, not even strong wind, just a gentle, unhurried rhythm of droplets on tin roofs, like time itself was sighing in long, even breaths. Summer arrived late in Haven, and the wind still carried the scent of decayed leaves and old ash, as if the season hadn't yet decided to let go of the one before. Rowan sat in his workroom, a small cabin nestled between the 2 housing wings of the center, where he usually fixed tools, logged treatment records, and tracked training progress. But today, the ledgers remained untouched. In front of him lay an old leather notebook, the kind he used to keep in his pack when stationed at the border as a mechanical specialist, filled with bunker layouts, supply trails, and notes on breakdowns the radios couldn't transmit. Today, he opened a blank page and wrote, "Date. I'm not sure anymore. Might be Friday, might not. Ash is lying on the porch like always. But these days it takes him longer to get up, and every step, just slightly, his left hip trembles, like something inside is giving way, piece by piece. But he never whimpers, never sighs. He just turns to look at me each morning, as if checking whether I'm still okay. Rowan paused, glanced out the window. Outside, Ash was curled beneath the overhang, head resting on the mat, eyes half closed, but his ears still tilted toward this room, like every day. Rowan looked down, continued writing. I used to think I rescued Ash. That day at the auction, when I raised my hand, I believed I was doing the right thing, pulling a desperate creature out of a place where no one wanted him. But now, that wasn't it. I didn't save him. He saved me. Every single day. The final line was written with the clearest stroke. No embellishments, no extended reasoning, just words etched into the wood grain of memory Rowan had carried for years, once hollowed by shrapnel, gunpowder, and questions no one dared answer. The room stayed still, but something in the air shifted. Like those words, once written, had quietly opened a door, even if no one had walked through it yet. By mid-June, Ash's slowing was undeniable. No one spoke of it. No one showed worry. At Sentry Haven, they understood the quiet law of time. Things we love do not need announcements, and old souls fade like forests into mist, quietly, without tragedy. Ash still came out each morning, but he no longer ran. His walks were now only a few paces around the fence before lying by the lavender bush at the end of the path, where sunlight fell just warm enough, never harsh. His body thinned by the week, his left hip wasted, gray fur coated his jaw, yet his eyes, those eyes, remained as clear as they were the day he stood on the deck during the campaign years ago. Still lit up whenever he heard Rowan's footsteps, still tracked every newcomer, every recovering veteran, as if checking who might need a silent presence at their side. One afternoon, he lay beneath Joel, the soldier who hadn't spoken for a year after arriving, and let the man's hand run gently down his spine. No flinch, no tension, just a long exhale, eyes closing softly as if saying, "It's your watch now." Rowan watched the changes from a distance. He didn't interfere, didn't shift Ash's routines. He simply added an extra blanket by the porch each night, warmed water for Ash's breakfast, and placed a bowl of soft-cooked rice beside him, even though Ash rarely ate anymore. Each morning, Ash waited at the steps, like always. Each afternoon, he still lifted his head when Claire, Cade, or anyone passed by. And every night, as Rowan sat alone in the yard with his notebook, Ash lay beside him, close enough that his breath brushed lightly against Rowan's ankle. He didn't rise quickly anymore, didn't walk far, but he hadn't left. As if he were waiting for something yet to happen, for someone yet to return, or for the moment when no one would need to say, "It's okay now. You can rest." That day, the sky turned amber unusually early. The sun wasn't harsh. It didn't blaze. It was just a soft, golden light, like a gentle hand brushing across shoulders that had once braced against war and memory. The wind blew inland from the sea, threading through the pine trees with the scent of salt, damp grass, and the kind of ending you couldn't name. But somehow, everyone recognized. Ash lay on the porch of the main cabin, his head resting on a thin blanket Rowan had swapped out the night before. That blanket once wrapped around an abandoned Malinois, suffering from nerve damage. It had seen the first winter back when Sentry Haven was still just dirt and plywood, and the kitchen hadn't even been built. Ash wasn't sleeping, he wasn't dreaming, he was watching. Straight toward the gate. Cade passed by, a broken lantern in hand. He meant to stop and scratch Ash's back like always, but when he saw that gaze, not focused on him, but fixed beyond the dust-lit courtyard, he stopped. Didn't speak, didn't intrude. From the kitchen doorway, Rowan saw it all. He set his mug down, walked out, and quietly sat beside the old shepherd. Ash didn't turn his head. He kept watching the gate, as if a familiar figure were standing there. Still. Waiting. Not yet stepping forward. The wind nudged the gate just enough to make it click against the latch, a sound no different from any other day, and yet today it rang out like the last signal of a completed watch. Rowan gently ran his hand down Ash's back, pausing over the old scar still visible beneath the whitening fur. He said nothing, but in his eyes, there wasn't just farewell. There was acknowledgement. "You've stood watch long enough." Ash didn't close his eyes right away. He kept looking. Clear, steady, not out of instinct or duty, but as if making sure that the last person had finally made peace with their ghosts. Only when the sunlight touched the back fence and the sounds of children playing behind the retreat's cabins echoed like the final notes of a shift did Ash lower his head onto the blanket. Slowly, gently, like an exhale that no longer carried burden. 3 days later, the first summer rain arrived. Not heavy, but enough to soften the ground and drum against the overhang in a rhythm like some ancient ritual no one ever spoke of, but someone had once promised to keep sacred. Ash was placed in a simple wooden box Rowan built by hand. No paint, no polish, just bare pine, as honest and unadorned as the life of the dog it carried. No one gathered in rows, no speeches, no songs, just a narrow path leading to the edge of the woods, where Ash once watched children learning to run again, where Joel once wrote his first sentence after years of silence, where a boy named Noah once whispered the words, "Come home," and the entire sanctuary had quietly held on to it as a symbol ever since. Cade walked on the left, Rowan on the right. Between them, the box, covered in dry leaves and a strip of worn fabric from an old military uniform, the same one Cade had been wearing the day Bravo pulled him out of a desert of blood and heat. And at the final stop, a single stone marker. Bravo, Ash, the gatekeeper of memory. Not long after, above the fireplace in the center's main room, where people gathered to talk, sip coffee, or sit in shared silence, a new photograph was framed. It wasn't dramatic. No uniforms, no staged heroics, just a candid moment, caught near the end of autumn. Cade stands on the left, hand on Rowan's shoulder. Rowan stands in the middle, palm resting lightly on Ash's head. And Ash, head nestled over both their boots, eyes gently closed, as if finally understanding he no longer needed to stand guard. Beneath the frame, carved into a deep brown pinewood plaque. "He wasn't just rescued, he rescued us all." Newcomers often paused before the picture. They didn't ask questions. They didn't need the full story, because the eyes in that photo, and the breath still lingering in the grains of wood, had already told enough. Some stories don't need a climax, or a miracle. Just a gaze, like Ash's that first day at the auction, enough to link two broken lives back together. Ash, or Bravo, was never just a dog who got saved. He was the bridge, between memory and the now, between truths once buried and faith slowly rebuilding, step by step. Through his quiet presence, he reminded everyone. Loyalty doesn't need to be taught. Healing doesn't need lectures. And love, even silent, can reshape the world. German shepherds are more than symbols of strength and intellect. Beneath those strong shoulders lies a heart that senses sorrow, guards the weak, and waits until someone returns, or until a final duty is fulfilled. If you've read this far, please remember, somewhere out there, in a rescue kennel on the edge of town, in the eyes of a dog sitting beneath a rainy porch, or maybe deep inside your own heart, there are lives waiting for a chance to be trusted to be loved, to live out the purest part of their nature, to be someone's forever companion. And if you can do just one thing, drop by a shelter, leave a clean bowl of water, or offer a single gentle touch, please do. Because in a world flooded with noise, sometimes the gentlest act is the loudest call for hope.